Great. Gabriel, are you back? Call to order the regular meeting of the study session for the Planning Commission of Wednesday, May 20th, 2020. And we've got one item. I guess I will ask Gabriel if you could do the roll call, please.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Roll call, Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Kaczynski.
Here.
Commissioner Wu.
Here.
Commissioner Wu present. Chair Pro Tem Crandall.
Here.
Vice Chair Blackwell.
Here.
And Chairman Rowland.
Here. All right, I will give a reminder for everyone to please go on mute when you're not speaking. It will keep the line clearer so everybody can hear better. And with that, we'll jump into our discussion of the draft massage ordinance. Jennifer, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Jennifer Savage, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. First, I'll start off giving you a bit of background on where we've been with the massage regulations, and then I'll go over the proposed amendments. In 2017, the City Council directed the Human Affairs Committee, or HAC, to review recommendations provided by the I-5 Freedom Network to amend the city's massage regulations. HAC and staff worked together to address those recommendations. However, the work was put on hold in 2018. In 2019, City Council directed staff to work to amend the massage regulations to address human trafficking and the I-5 Freedom Network's recommendations. So what's proposed? These changes that are proposed address the I-5 Freedom's recommendations and some additional clarifications recommended by staff, including corrections to erroneous text. Attachment 2, beginning on page 5 of the package, contains a list of the I-5 Freedom Network's recommendations, as well as the code section on where you can find those proposed recommendations. You should note that Title 17 and Title 5 would both be amended to address massage regulations. Attachment 3, which begins on page 7, are the proposed red line text amendments for both Title 17 and Title 5. If you would flip to page 5, attachment 2, you'll see on the left column of the table is the I-5 Freedom Network's recommendation, and on the rightmost column is the code section in which you'd find that recommendation addressed. You'll notice in the rightmost column that several of the recommendations were either wholly or partially addressed in our existing regulations. You'll also notice that there are some new provisions that would be added to Title 17 and Title 5. These recommendations are all included in the red line text in attachment 3. However, staff would like to draw your attention to the third recommendation from the top of the table. That is for a hotline poster. The hotline poster would identify a national human trafficking hotline for members of the public or for the establishment to contact in the event that they need help with human trafficking issues. Staff is asking the Planning Commission to consider whether this should be included or not. Staff does not recommend the inclusion of this in the city's regulations because it is already a requirement by state law. You'll note that red line text to address this recommendation is included in attachment 3 should the Planning Commission want to include this. So what's our plan for tonight? We would like the Planning Commission to consider the proposed amendments and provide staff feedback. Staff will take that feedback make any changes to the red line text where applicable and if necessary, and come back to the Planning Commission for a regular public hearing. Staff would like to note that a public comment was submitted for this evening's study session, and it is the discretion of the chair on whether or not staff reads that into the record. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. How long is the communication? Is it within 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't we go ahead and read that into the record, please?
Thank you. Dear Planning Commissioners, I would like to thank you for considering these ordinances to address the very real and challenging reality of illicit massage establishments in San Clemente. They are a hub for trafficking and exploitation and a vehicle for organized crime. Additionally, California remains the state of the largest number of cases reported at massage establishments and spa services, and the top reported venue for sex trafficking according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Based on a variety of sources to include in the Orange County Human Trafficking Task Force, OCSD, and online discovery, there are indications that these establishments operating in great numbers not only all over the country, but also here in San Clemente. Investigations in OC have found that approximately a third of these establishments are operated by the same family cartels. Conditions are exploitative. They advertise on sites offering sexual services, promote Asian service providers, fake cash-only payments. A quick search on sites that narrow down by zip code show 8 establishments in San Clemente being advertised as such, and around 80 establishments and mobile services within a 10-mile radius. Rub Maps and Red Massage are sources that OCSD, Vice Department, and the OCHTTF regularly use to initiate action. California has a state law, SB 1193, that is reiterated in the proposed amendments, and that has required signage that includes massage establishments, and this year extended to hotels and motels. Although including this demand in our city amendments may seem redundant, it demonstrates the city's commitment to eliminate the continued victimization and exploitation of those individuals caught in the industry. In May of 2015, our City Council unanimously passed Resolution 15-19, stating its commitment to strengthening the fight against human trafficking. By endorsing these amendments as submitted, it will be the first act in support of this resolution. Again, thank you for your consideration of endorsing amendments as submitted. If you have any questions, I am available for you. Sincerely and gratefully, Brenda Wells, Founder, Executive Director, I-5 Freedom Network.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go through each of the commissioners and call on you so that we can make sure everyone gets a chance to comment. After I go through everyone, since this is the study session, I'll just open it up to everyone, and we'll see how well that works. Commissioner Kozinski, do you have anything you'd like to discuss with us? And I'm not hearing anything, Commissioner Kozinski, so you may be on mute.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Do we have any comments from the public in regard to any of these sections?
This is Jennifer. Only that public comment which we just read.
Okay. I have no specific questions.
Okay, Commissioner Wu?
Yes, this is Commissioner Wu. I have a few questions, Jennifer. In fact, the first question is to our city council, city assistant attorney. To what extent can city hold property owner liable for operators' problem? We say if we issue a fine, if the massage parlor has a code violation and the city issues a fine and they don't pay it, and we can go after the property owner. Usually a property owner, as long as they take a reasonable efforts, my understanding is how do we hold them liable for something that's not under their control? Is that practical? This is my first question. City Council, can you hear me?
Jennifer, you might be on mute. We can't, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. I thought that was a question for the city attorney.
No problem.
The city attorney has reviewed our red line recommendations. Their review came a little bit after the report was published. However, that particular section is legally valid.
The city attorney is not here in the meeting. Is he?
This conversation is very garbled to me, even though I'm on mute. What section are you talking about, Commissioner Wu?
I'm talking about the proposed requirement for the landlord to be responsible. For example, if we go to page, let's go to the proposed ordinance. And we go to page 9 out of 28. And underneath the section E, operational requirements, then 1. So it says a massage business license shall have the premise supervisor at all times when open for business by the operator or designated manager, blah, blah, blah. Essentially, it says that the violation upon the premise of any massage establishment of any provision of this section by any agency, employee, or independent contractor of the holder of a massage business license shall constitute a violation by the license and/or the property owner. And there are a few more places in this document mentioning it. And I'm just wondering if we can actually do that. And then we go to page 21 of 28, at the very top, number 12, it says a statement to be by the property owner and a bunch of other people that the said parties shall be responsible for the conduct of all employees, massage technicians, and independent contractors. So we're asking the property owner to be responsible for the conduct of the business. They lease the property. How much can we ask the property owner to be responsible for that?
This is Jennifer. We will make sure that the city attorney addresses that when we come back for a public hearing.
Okay. So another question is, I'm not sure, Jennifer, in your document, when it says if a business is closed, they cannot be open in the same address or location for 2 years. First of all, if the business voluntarily closes, can they be reopened? Secondly, the same address, do you mean the same parcel or the same suite? If there's a multi-tenant property, and the landlord can easily, shift it to a different suite, is that considered a same address? I need a little clarification on that.
The intent is for any suite or business location on the same property, and the intent is the 24-month provision is there for those establishments that are closed as a result of abatement or violation. And so staff will make sure that both of those are clear when we come back for the public hearing.
Okay. I mean, we can simply ban them from reopening a business in the city anywhere for another 2 years.
No, I'm sorry. Correction is whether it's that one particular property as covered by an APN or whether it's the specific suite. And we'll clarify that, but you would not be able, the provisions don't state a specific location, but the review requirements do address an operator moving to a different location in the city and making sure that if that operator was part of a violation, the new business license would not be approved.
Okay. Another question is on page 8, facility requirements, item 1 and 3. 1 is about identifying notice. 3 is about hotline poster. Identifying notice shall stay in English and Spanish. And then the hotline poster shall be in Spanish, English, Vietnamese, and Cantonese. First of all, I want to why the difference here. Secondly, for identifying notice, English is a no-brainer. Everybody uses English here in this country. Why Spanish? It's Spanish. Why not Vietnamese? Why not Chinese? By the way, Cantonese is a spoken language. The written language is called Chinese. And then why not Korean, Japanese, Tagalog, any other languages? So where do we draw this line?
Thank you for that question. The difference between the two regulations come at a recommendation of the I-5 Freedom Network, which closely follows the recommendations from the national organization. So it was determined by them that those languages should be different, the breadth of the type of languages. Thank you for your correction regarding Cantonese versus Chinese in the written form. We will make that correction. Drawing your attention to facility requirement number 3, the hotline poster, that specific requirement of languages beyond English and Spanish come from the law, which includes essentially, but not necessarily this verbatim language, that other predominantly spoken languages in the area. And based on our consultation with the I-5 Freedom Network, they had identified Vietnamese and Cantonese as the other predominantly spoken languages in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do. A couple of 1-2 comments. I think otherwise, many of this stuff is very well done. Having gone through this thing 3 or 4 times, Jennifer. Good, and I'm glad you coordinated with I-5, which is a really good move, and I applaud you for it. On the, I get my fingers to work here just a minute. On the first part of your massage establishment, page 7 of the briefing, paragraph C, review requirements, subset 1, massage establishment business license required. You've deleted minor conditional use permit, and I wondered why. I had a question mark. The way it reads here, all businesses that are proposing to conduct massage from a location with an approved and active conditional use permit, massage services must obtain approval for a massage establishment business license. But you X'd out minor conditional use permit, and I was wondering why you did that.
Thank you for that question. This is one of the clarifications that staff is recommending, so something for the Planning Commission to consider. This would separate those businesses that require a massage establishment business license from those businesses that require a business license for the primary use. So in the first provision, minor conditional use permit, which is for accessory massage services, is deleted. And then there's a new secondary provision where it's just the business license for those accessory massage establishments approved with a minor conditional use permit. So it just separates those provisions and makes it a little more clear.
Okay, so you moved it to number 2, business license required, because that's where conditional use permit comes up again?
Yes, we moved minor conditional use permit to item number 2. Those
Okay.
accessory massage establishments that do not require a specific massage establishment business license.
So I read those 2 paragraphs and it just didn't become clear to me. I don't know if it was clear to you, but it wasn't clear to me what you were trying to accomplish there.
Okay, thank you. We will address that.
Getting back later in an area that hadn't been touched, we debated a lot. I'm trying to get back to the page. I'm trying to hold my phone and do all this stuff. When we get into a lot of times, and I think I just didn't see it in here, the definition of an employee, sometimes these individual, quote, employees or, quote, subcontractors. In other words, the young lady gets caught in room 3. She's a subcontractor. You pull her license, but the basic business license doesn't get affected because that's the way the business is structured. That each employee is a subcontractor. And I was trying to look through here on the various definitions and provisions, which you didn't make any changes through, massage attachment and exemptions, and I just didn't see a very clear area there of how we define employee and contractor and subcontractor in there, so that they all roll up to whoever owns the business license. And so, just because the young lady in room 3 gets caught, it rolls up to the business owner and then necessarily the property owner. And so I didn't see that in the definitions in here somewhere. Can you show me where that is?
Yes, thank you. So on page 16 of 28, towards the middle of that page is the definition for employee. And then the related definition is on the following page, on page 17, and that's a massage technician.
Okay, and so employee means any and all persons other than a massage technician who may render any service to the licensee who receives compensation from the licensee or agent and who does not perform massages on patrons. That's an employee, is that right?
Correct.
And then the other, massage technician means any massage practitioner or massage therapist who administers to another person for any form of compensation, a massage or other similar procedure, and who is certified by the law, California in compliance with the California Massage Therapy Act. So you think we have the subcontractor category carried or identified in these 2 definitions? It isn't clear to me that employees, either the technician or the employee, could be acting as a subcontractor also. Is this? And I know we don't have the assistant city attorney here, but we had a big debate about this when we talked about this 3 or 4 years ago. That's why I bring it up.
Thank you. We will make sure that's addressed.
And run it by Mal or whatever, because I think some of the problem we had in the past was that type of a category. And so, thank you very much. Those are the only questions I had. Other than that, a very good job.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crandall, do you have any questions or comments? And if you're saying anything, we can't hear you, so you might be on mute.
Mute to unmute. How about now?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay. Yeah, my questions have already been addressed. The one I have is on page 9, second paragraph. You're talking about window visibility into the unit. And I think you might want to address signage also in that paragraph.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, Jim, thank you. So I have comments regarding the sections C1 and 2, D8, E9. C1 and 2, just for clarification. So it's the licenses required are either one or two, not both, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That question came up. Made a note of that just to make sure there's not overkill on the licensing. And why couldn't we address? Why couldn't we just have one permit type with conditions that are specific to each project type instead of having two different names?
Are you referring to massage establishment business license versus business license?
Yes. So business license with condition. I'm just throwing it out there only because it is a business, and it's not uncommon to apply special conditions to a permit or to a license that are intended to address special circumstances that use may bring or cause issues that may be caused by it. So why couldn't we do just one type of a license?
There are two different licenses and two different types of conditional use permits as they relate to massage establishment. The massage establishment business license is for a full massage business, one where massage is the primary use. The regular business license would not be required for that massage technician operating as an accessory massage use at a different primary business, say a chiropractor's office. Rather, the chiropractor business, they would have that primary business license, and the massage would be accessory to that. And so that's why we have those two distinctions. Each of the massage services, both the primary business and that accessory massage, would both have conditions because the primary requires a conditional use permit and the accessory requires a minor conditional use permit. Does that answer your question?
It does. I just think it could be handled. If we're already going through a discretionary permit, either major or minor, we could still apply a business license like to any other business, just each with special conditions that are relative to that intensity of use. That's just my personal thought on that. But okay, that makes sense, and that's the way we're going with it, and it must be good. Okay, thanks. And then D8. So this is all new language, and it gets into blocking and access, really, and prohibiting access or slowing access. The last sentence reads, in the context of the section, quote, blocking doors, unquote, shall mean any type of device, temporary or permanent, living or otherwise, which restricts, prohibits, or slows entry into a room or provides advance notice of entry. I just want to be clear that we have something in place that does not discourage the business operator from placing some signage on the door, at least for the privacy of the customer. Like, for example, signage indicating that there's a massage in process, right? So if a door is not to be locked, that sign could be considered a mechanism to slow entry into a room, or at least provide some caution before entering a room. So hopefully that there's clarity on that, so that there's no issues later on. Because I can imagine that somebody receiving a massage would want somebody accidentally opening the door, whether they're covered or not. It's still kind of a personal experience, like being at the doctor. It'd be uncomfortable if somebody walked in on you that wasn't supposed to. So how would we address that? Or can we adjust it, add that language, and add something to the effect of, at the end of that sentence, maybe except for signage indicating that a massage is in progress, something to that effect.
Yes, we will include that language. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my last comment is E9. And E9, remember this one from last time we looked at this. And so I'm going to read part of the first sentence, and suggest a modification to it that I think might be a little more comprehensive. I'm going to start. It says, there shall be no storage or use of any instruments, devices, or paraphernalia which are designed for use in connection with specific sexual activities, including but not limited to. And then there are 3 specific types of things that are noted there, which I think we could get a little more specific with our, or we could add language that would be a little more comprehensive, and then continue on after those 3 descriptors there to say and or any other goods or items which are replicas of or which simulate specified anatomic areas. So my suggestion is that we would consider placing, instead of those 3 words, we would say including but not limited to electric and non-electric, mechanical and non-mechanical devices and or goods or items which are replicas or which simulate specified anatomic areas, and so on. That way it's sort of a catch-all, because that's really more of a specific, it leaves, I mean, the foregoing portion of that sentence is more, it kind of covers much, but there's no uncertainty when we get into naming specific items. Somebody may misinterpret that. So if we say any electric or non-electric, mechanical or non-mechanical devices and or goods or items which are replicas of, and so on, that might be a little more applicable here, and it leaves no uncertainty. And if any other commissioner has a comment on that, you know, it's just, I think I may have discussed this last time we talked about it a few years ago, but did not reference my notes from that time, but I remember having a concern about that language as well at that time. Oh, and I'm so sorry, Jessica, one more. During the last review of this language, we also talked about, there was a proposed condition here that all patrons would be required to provide their identity. In other words, a copy of the driver's license or identification card. I did not see that here. Has that been stricken, and if so, why?
I don't have an immediate answer for you, but I will find that out and make sure that that's addressed in our public hearing.
Okay, perhaps it was a legal recommendation, or if anybody else has a comment, Commissioner Brown, maybe?
No, I was looking for that myself. Some sort of register where they come in with their name and, you know, a true address or some sort of identification. I would also, so I think we should have the city attorney look into that. In addition to the paragraph that you just went through as far as deleting the vibrators stuff, you go to the next line, and it says replicas of which simulate specified anatomic area. I think the word should be stimulate, not simulate. On paragraph 9 of page 10. I think that was around 10. But certainly the customer should be able to, or should be required to sign in with a proper identification, and that should be part of the record.
Yeah, or perhaps stimulate and simulate, or stimulate. Both are effective and applicable. So that's all the comments I had, Jessica, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of comments. One is just on the item we were just speaking of on page 10, item 9. I'm actually okay with this verbiage. I think last time we were looking at this, if I recall, there was actually some concern about, you know, not to be too indelicate, but, you know, things that could reasonably be used for more than one purpose. And so you start to kind of, you know, get into trouble with the language. And I think that this does a pretty good job of sort of covering what we need to cover without covering too far outside the lines into things that might, accidentally serve as, as something else, or as I said, of multiple purposes. I think too, it was brought up, free storage or use of any, Yeah, okay, so I think this handles it too. There was a concern of what if someone goes for some massage therapy and they just happen to have, a condom in their wallet or their purse or something like that. And it sounds like this item would not consider that a problem because it's not displayed, stored, or used, anything like that. So I think that would take care of that sort of concern. But all in all, I think for me, the text on 9 is I think is sufficient for what we need. The other comment I had was back on the hotline poster. I think that's very good to have, but I think it's probably okay not to have in our code and to defer that to the state and have so that allows that sort of thing to be more consistent across the state, which might be a good thing if people get used to seeing the same signage wherever they go. So I think assuming that the state is making sure the sign's up, has some standard that they have for the sign, then that not only will that be covered, but then there will also be something that will be consistent for people. So those are my only comments on it. Before I open this up, since we have some time left, before I open this up to everyone, Jennifer, I just wanted to see if you needed any clarifications or had any questions of any of the commissioners.
No, I do not. Thank you very much for your detailed suggestions and comments.
Okay. Does anyone have any other comments or maybe responses to what other commissioners have brought up?
No, I'd just like to say, Jennifer, very good job. I'm coming up my 10th anniversary on the Planning Commission, and one of our first things I did 10 years ago was a massage therapy ordinance that came out of Sacramento with NIMBYs, and the massage therapy industry had taken over and bought votes, and it was terrible. And it's been 10 years, a long journey to come back. So this is going a long way, and partnering with I-5 that I think was absolutely outstanding. So I really congratulate staff for doing that. That's all I have to say.
And thanks, Donna. Let me just remind everyone that was Commissioner Brown speaking, and this is something I'm sure we're all going to forget at times. So when you start to speak, if you haven't been directly called on, if you could just announce your name so everyone knows who's speaking.
This is Commissioner Wu. Jennifer, I have one more question. On page 11, item 17 regarding entry and exit. It's a long paragraph, but to sum it up, clients have to go through front door, enter and exit. Is there any benefit to allow employees, subcontractors to go through a side door or something? It would be easier to just have everybody to go through the front door.
I don't have a final answer for you, but we will take that into consideration and address it at the public hearing.
Of course, with the exception that if it's required by building code for emergency and safety, that would be you have to have them. But if they use that, maybe there can be alarm set up. So that to discourage people to use the back door to get in and out. Because we can say client has to go through the front door. Sometimes they don't. We know they don't.
Well, I think this is Commissioner Ruhlin. I think there might be an issue with that for all establishments because I can imagine, for instance, deliveries, they probably don't want, especially bulk deliveries, to be coming into the front door. They would want that in the back door, and it's even possible that, say a high-end exclusive establishment, wants to reserve the front entryways for just their customers. So that I understand the motivation for it, but it may be constraining people a little too much. That would be my concern. Any other comments on this item?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Kuczynski. I just want to commend Jennifer for doing a great job of putting this together, and it was very thorough and comprehensive. I do have one small question, and that's if we do choose to collect identities, would that, and you don't have to answer it today, would that would that pose any kind of HIPAA violation and an onerous task on the business to protect that data? So just something to think about.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
This is Commissioner Wu. This is one of the first items I discussed back in 2015. I'm glad to see it comes back with some refinements, and I hope that we can make a good progress against human trafficking. Thank you.
All right, if there are no more comments, I will close this item. We can break until the top of the hour, but I would encourage everyone to stay on the line so that everyone's prepared to go at 7 o'clock. Okay,
Can we
thank you
have
very
a,
much, Jennifer. Yeah?
Can we have a side discussion on meeting format with the city planner while everybody's on the line, Jim? Share room.
Sure. Yeah, I think
Because I guess last night City Council tried to do it via Zoom, where the acoustics were a lot better, the sound quality is compared to this meeting line on my phone, so I can understand everybody and everybody could see everybody. I don't know if it worked okay for council. Could we use that in the future until we figure out how to really get in the same room?
Yeah, for me, I'd rather use web conferencing. I use it all day long where I work, and the sound quality is almost always better than regular phone lines. So I'm all for that, but I think it's up to what our IT department can bear and what the city council wants to give us.
Well, if Zoom is good enough for city council, why isn't it good enough for us?
This is Commissioner Wu. Well, it will be good, but they're just starting. It's just maybe they expand to our commission meeting.
Gabriel, do we know anything about that? Sorry, go ahead, Gabriel.
I just wanted to let you know the meeting is still recorded, so if you are ending the study session, I would just make sure to acknowledge that to our IT manager, Brian Brower, so that they can stop the meeting, unless you are still continuing discussion on this for the study session purposes.
No, this is just an informal discussion. So we have concluded the study session item, and we're actually on break until 7 o'clock, when we will start the Planning Commission meeting.
Great, thank you.
Jonathan.
It's Don Brown back on
Hi,
the line.
Jonathan. Hey, Don. We're started here. Just a minute. All right, I think we can go ahead and start. So our IT guys can begin to record. And I will call to order the regular meeting of the Planning Commission of San Clemente, California for Wednesday, May 20th, 2020. Michael, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Certainly. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic stand one nation, under God, liberty and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Gabriel, could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Rowland. Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Kaczynski?
Here.
Commissioner Wu?
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Crandall?
Here.
Vice Chair Blackwell?
Here.
And Chair Rowland.
Here. And I will remind the commissioners as well to please mute your phone when you're not speaking. When you come off of mute, if you haven't been announced, please announce who you are so we know who's speaking. And the votes we have, I'll do as roll call votes so that we can accurately record everyone's vote. So item 4 on the agenda, special order of business, we have none. Item 5, minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes. Our first one is the regular study session meeting of April 22nd. Does anyone have any changes or a motion?
I move we approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of April 22nd. Commissioner Brown.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Campbell seconds.
Yeah, Brown moved and Kaczynski seconded that.
Brown moved, and I believe Crandall seconded it, if I'm not mistaken. So all in favor?
Aye.
I beg your pardon. I just told you I was going to do a roll call vote. I beg your pardon. Let me call that. Commissioner Kaczynski.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall.
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell. Commissioner Blackwell, you might be on mute.
Aye. Yes.
And Commissioner Rulin abstains, as I did not attend that study session. So that is 5 in favor, none against, and 1 abstention. Next, we have the minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of April 22nd, 2020. Does anyone have any changes or a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve minutes of the regular meeting of the City of San Clemente Planning Commission of April 22nd, 2020. This is Mike Blackwell making the motion.
Mr. Brown, I second.
So Commissioner Blackwell made the motion. Commissioner Brown second. Do the roll call. Commissioner Kozinski?
Kuczynski, aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Aye.
And Commissioner Rulon votes aye, 6-0. Item 6, oral and written communication. Members of the public may address the Commission on matters of public interest which pertain to the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. Speakers can submit their comments on agenda items to the Planning Commission electronically. Material may be emailed to scottm1@san-clemente.org. Transmittal by 3 p.m. on the Planning Commission meeting days is recommended. The Planning Commission is not permitted to discuss or take action on items that do not appear on the agenda. So, Gabriel, do we have any oral, or actually written communication that's been sent to us for items that are not on the agenda?
Chairman Rulon, this is Gabriel Perez. We do not.
Okay, very good. Item 7, consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless Planning Commission, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. We have one item in our consent calendar. Are there any commissioners who would like to pull that item for discussion?
This is Commissioner Brown. I'll move to approve it.
All right, let me just check, Gabriel. Are there any requests from members of the public to pull this item?
There were no requests from the public to pull this item.
Okay, so it looks like that's a motion from Brown to move the consent calendar.
That's correct. Or you want me to read it, that we approve a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente, California, finding the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement program consistent with the San Clemente General Plan.
Okay, motion by Brown. Commissioner Crandall seconds. We'll do the vote. Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Aye.
And Commissioner Rulon votes aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We are at item 8, public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the Planning Commission will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And as a reminder, since we don't have live public input, our city planner will be reading all written communications during the public hearing portion. Excuse me, during the public comment portion. Our first item is item A, 610 Camino de los Mares, and that's going to be presented to us by Jonathan Lightfoot. Why don't you kick us off, Jonathan?
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Jonathan Lightfoot. The item that we'll be looking at first this evening is for familiar site, Plaza by the Sea at the Camino de los Mares off-ramp, and I'll be going through the several entitlements that are requested for this and breaking that down. To make this clear and so that we can all follow along together, I'm going to request that everyone jump to attachment 6. That's the staff presentation portion. And then, of course, if we want to jump to any individual pages in the report or other attachments, we can. Attachment 6 begins on page 71. I'll just give 1 second for everyone to get to that point, and then I'll begin. Okay. The project in front of us this evening is for a new drive-through building. It's actually a replacement and reconstruction of an existing building at 610 Camino de los Mares. So the request is to demolish this existing freestanding commercial building and to construct a new 4,250 square foot commercial building for 2 tenants, including a drive-through and an existing commercial center at 610 to 628 Camino de los Mares, also known as Plaza by the Sea. Let's move to the next page, 72, which shows the location of this site, which sits in between the 76 gas station and another commercial plaza, Ocean View Plaza. Both commercial plazas are owned by the same company, Brixmor, and Brixmor acquired this plaza, Plaza by the Sea, a couple of years ago. It's well known in town, especially for the anchor tenant, Stater Brothers, and this area is part of the Camino de los Mares focus area of the general plan. The area is also a freeway gateway because it is adjacent to the off-ramp at the Camino de los Mares interchange, and it's zoned as Community Commercial 4. Let's move to the next slide. This slide just shows the current status of the building. It was formerly a Crispin's or Baker's Square, a restaurant that was housed within this building. You can see that it had kind of a faux Spanish style with stucco walls and a tile mansard roof. Moving to the next slide, page 74, we can see a rendering of the proposed building. The proposed building includes 2 tower elements to indicate the 2 different primary entries for the tenant spaces. Each of those spaces is accentuated by deep inset entryways that are surrounded by decorative tile, one of which is rectangular, the other is an arched opening. You can also see on the parking lot side of the building, there is an attached patio area that would serve the coffee cafe tenant, which is the same tenant that would be served by the drive-through, which wraps around the rear side of the building, not visible in this elevation. Let's move to the next slide, page 75. This slide indicates those elevations where the drive-through would be visible. These elevations face the 76 station and the off-ramp, respectively. Although there is one sign shown on this, there is a condition of approval, of course, clarifying that there will be no signage permitted facing the freeway. The drive-through plan view is shown on the next slide, page 76. Again, there are 2 tenant suites, and cars would enter from Camino de los Mares, wrap around to the right around the building, which borders the 76 station. Queuing within the drive-through aisle is for 9 or 10 cars, and then there's an additional 6 cars that can queue within the shared drive aisle of the parking lot area, for a total of 15 to 16 vehicles before that queue reaches Camino de los Mares. During the DMT process, the applicants did provide a queuing study that was reviewed by our Public Works Division that evaluated drive-throughs of a similar nature, and the Public Works Division was satisfied from the information in that queuing study that the proposed drive-through here would be able to contain all vehicles on site without impacting that public right-of-way. Some of the other elements in this area would be some new pedestrian-scaled trees, some new permeable paving for the pedestrian areas, that's the green hatching, and then, of course, the patio and outdoor dining area. Moving to the next page, page 77, we're moving to the opposite side of this plaza where some additional work is proposed. This is a couple of images of the area where there's an existing boundary wall between Plaza by the Sea and Ocean View Plaza. The 2 plazas in the past have been owned by separate entities. Now they are owned by the same entity. And the city has expressed interest in the past in connecting these 2 plazas. There is a grade difference, as you can see from the image. And so that is one of the challenges that had to be taken on in this project. You can also see in the image on the right what the current trash enclosure looks like. Moving to page 78, the applicants have provided a rendering of what the wall removal would look like with a new pedestrian access that would come from Ocean View Plaza connecting to the well-known Trader Joe's area. So someone visiting Trader Joe's would be able to walk out of that store along a protected sidewalk all the way over into the other shopping plaza now. To accommodate this new pedestrian access way, the trash enclosure was relocated. You can see that it has been moved further to the background in this image. And that new trash enclosure would include stucco walls and a traditional tiled roof element. Moving to the next page, we have the plan view of this area, again showing that pedestrian access way, the proposed landscaped areas, the relocated trash, which is shown here as the gray box on the left side of that plan view. And this new area would include two-way vehicular access as well as that pedestrian pathway. Moving to page 80, the next slide. Design Review did review this project on January 29th and recommended that it move forward to Planning Commission with a few comments to be addressed with staff in between. A couple of those comments are listed here on the slide. For instance, commenting on a treatment where the rake of the roof should be modified. A typical treatment would be to wrap that tile over the rake and flake the stucco to encapsulate the tile. That's not shown in the rendering, but staff has had discussions with the applicant and they are amenable to a condition of approval requiring that detail to be a part of the construction drawings, and that condition has been included as 5.15. Another comment was to create an easier left-hand turn. The applicants have modified that area to soften the left-hand turn coming from Stater Brothers for a vehicle that's near the Stater Brothers entry that would be entering the drive-through from that direction. A left-hand turn would now be easier to make with the revisions. And finally, DRC concurred with a variety of other staff recommendations, some of which are indicated here on the response side, where stucco insets at the doorways are indicated to be 12-inch minimum, and those storefronts have glass storefronts that now match the insets. The previous iteration, for instance, showed an arched stucco inset with a rectangular glass storefront. The applicant has now updated that to have a glass arched storefront to match the inset. Moving to our final page, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission determine the project to be categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15302 of the CEQA guidelines and to adopt Resolution PC 19-019 approving these entitlements for the Plaza by the Sea drive-through. Staff is available for any questions. I did have a conversation that I would like to relay with the applicant today regarding a couple of conditions. So I'm going to put that in front of you now as well. They did have one concern with condition 1.9, and we can come back to this again during discussion. That condition relates to future changes in tenancy and the ability of the city to re-review the use permit at that point. The tenant wants to clarify the language so that there's no confusion that the original tenant, that no additional steps are needed for the first tenant in moving into that space. And additionally, they had commented that they believe that condition 7.18 covered the same potential concerns as condition 1.9. So that was something that they had commented on to me in a conversation today, but otherwise they are amenable to all of the remaining conditions, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. We'll go through the commissioners one by one to see if there are questions. Let's start with Commissioner Brown this time. Do you have any questions for staff?
No, I do want to thank the city planner for providing me a full set of plans so I could really evaluate the project. Once I got them, I could certainly appreciate it. And I'm sure Commissioner Blackwell will appreciate all the trees and shrubbery, but I do support the project and I think it's very well laid out. Thank you.
Commissioner Crandall, do you have any questions for staff?
No, I just want to compliment Jonathan again on his work product, and he worked very well with this applicant, and the applicant worked well with the design review subcommittee. So I think they've put together a very good project.
Commissioner Blackwell, any questions for staff?
Yes, I do. Yes, Jonathan, good job on this. It's been nice to see this one go through the various, the progression that this property has gone through since I've been on the commission. It's nice to see. I think we've seen varied approaches to design and cleanup of the property. So this definitely gets us across the line and then some. So happy to see this. I do have a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind. I need to know, what is so we have Brixmor is the owner of both shopping centers, both properties, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is Brixmor's intention? I mean, why do they want to remove that wall and create access? What is the intent there?
So that element actually was somewhat city initiated. They had been contacted when there was a change of ownership by the mayor at the time, who expressed an interest in that being one of the future improvements at the property, along with a request, that this Plaza by the Sea see some improvements as well. So it was actually an initial conversation from the mayor that put that onto their radar for a project to do. Okay, so we have two separate parcels, same owner, but either could be sold at any time to a new owner. So there could be multiple owners in play at some point in time. Have we, and forgive me if I've missed it, and I did read the report, it was very well put together, but I did not make a note on this other than a chicken scratch note, and that was regarding reciprocation of parking, or some sort of reciprocal easement for that pass-through to ensure that there would be, access there protected. Have we thought about that? Is that something that we could have further discussion on if it hasn't been considered? That wasn't something that was discussed at length through the DMCR design review process, partially because to cut off that access would also require some form of staff approval. At the very minimum, a staff waiver to create a new wall if someone in the future were to sell the property and try to return that to the state that it was in, would still require some form of discretion, even if it was at an administrative level. It wouldn't just happen without the city being aware of it. So it wasn't something that was viewed as like a high priority, but certainly that's something that we could include as a condition. Again, just with the forward-thinking thought that that makes that clear that the city desires that to be something that's in perpetuity.
Yeah, I would think that might be a nice move, only because an RA could, it would provide both properties, or maybe at some point, both parties those basic rights, right? To have that operation, have some kind of harmonization between the two, right? So there would be some protection in there that could always be changed later, but at least we have that in place. Because I think it's going to be a great relief, honestly. I mean, I don't know how many times I have driven out of one of those centers just to go around the corner, stop at the light, and go back in the next one. I mean, this is going to be fantastic. So I really appreciate that. Okay. And then the other question I had is, I noticed it, and Commissioner Brown was correct. I looked at the landscape plan. Looks like our consultant did not review this, or did our consultant review the LS sheets on this project?
Our consultant did review this project, and actually there was a chance for revisions in between. The primary comment that came back from SMP, our landscape architect, was to include separated sheets that indicated, that clearly indicated what trees were to be removed, and also that the end result resulted in a greater number of trees at the site than currently exists, which is the case. We do have about a net gain of 10 to 15 trees after the removal and installation is put together. So it has been reviewed, the preliminary plans, but again, there is a condition requiring the review of irrigation, et cetera, the more detailed landscape plans during the construction phase.
Okay. Well, I did see that. I am happy to see the integration, especially at the rear. There was discussion, have been multiple discussions over time about our concern of the exposure to the I-5. That's a lot of folks travel through town there, and this is a very visible location. We've got, a number of, was it 8 or so of the sycamores, which are beautiful when they're a deciduous tree, but when they lose their leaves, we're going to still have a nice looking trunk there. Otherwise, I would be concerned that it would not accomplish our objective, and that was to add some additional screening to the rear of that building, just to soften the hardness, the hard edges and lines of the structure of Slater Brothers. So I think that what is there now would still be sufficient, just the sheer number of those trees. So, but getting back to the Community de los Mares area, I noticed there are 4 photocarpus proposed, 36-inch boxes. There are 6 existing now. They look to be somewhat mature. They're relatively small. That variety gets pretty large, but those are, for some reason, not very large, and there's continuity along the streetscape there. It looks like there's going to be an additional 4 placed on the grass median in between the sidewalk and the parking lot, which is relatively narrow. Two of the concerns I had, one is that the boxes that are going to be planted are going to be very low. Even if they're standard trees, there's going to be some limited visibility to the signage eastbound. Their new monument sign, well, relatively new. We had looked at this some time ago as part of the signage package. There'll be some obstruction.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Blackwell, forgive me for interrupting. I just wanted to make sure, we're asking questions of staff, and this sounds like good material, but might it be better for our Planning Commission discussion?
Yeah, I understand. No, it is a question of staff. I need a clarification.
Forget it down. Please go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jim. The reason I'm asking, just to cut to the chase, is that sidewalk has inadequate space relative to accessibility around the existing trees. There are grates, and it leaves just a couple of feet of hard surface that is unrestricted. So there, if somebody was to try to roll their wheelchair by there, it would be a bit of a challenge, because on one side you've got the grass, you've got the edge of the sidewalk, and then in some areas you've got the grates. Is the intention here to move that tree in onto the private property and eventually eliminate the existing street trees so that we can open that sidewalk up for greater accessibility? Is that what's happening here, or is the intention really to cluster all of those photocarpus in the way it's shown on the plan?
Good question. The intention actually is to add new trees and maintain the existing trees. There was a condition, rewinding to the prior project at this site where there was a facade remodel done. As a part of that, and as a part of kind of the agreement with ADA improvements, et cetera, the applicant has already granted an easement to the city along this property line to allow for an expanded sidewalk that's a part of an upcoming CIP project. So the city is going to be redoing sidewalk in this area, and that is something that we've identified with Public Works, that there are locations, as you've mentioned, where we don't have the 4-foot clearance on the sidewalk. And so my response would be that the intention of the applicant is that through the easement, the city is going to be able to widen that sidewalk, and that these trees should not impede our goal of providing a 4-foot clear sidewalk along that stretch. That is something that I can discuss further with our landscape architect if there is some concern that the mature size of these trees could cause problems with the sidewalk through that area, because that is the city's goal, is to have a compliant sidewalk along that frontage.
Understood. Thank you for that. So I would just add to that, there will be some conflict with these trees. Because you've got light variety there. I really would hate to see the removal of mature street trees, especially if they're healthy and there's continuity on both sides, up and down Camino de las Matas right there. I mean, but in this case, that might be an opportunity. This plan does not reflect, this proposal does not reflect any widening whatsoever. So with that consideration, it just doesn't work. So I'm hopeful that you will certainly, make notes of that and focus on that. It's important. And then the last comment I have, Jonathan, is at the apron, the exit apron. The landscape plan shows plant material all the way across. I'm assuming that's a mistake. It appears to be blocked by, a new landscape planter there. So it'd be in the northeast corner of the parcel along Camino de las Matas at the exit apron. That would be on LS1.
Yes, I'm looking at that now. Yes, that certainly is a mistake. There's no intention to close that apron. That's a good catch. I think that they just hatched that enclosed space and didn't cut that off in their CAD drawing. But correct, that exit is still intended to remain.
Okay. Some folks just like their hatching. Okay. Well, yes, good job. That's all the questions I have of staff now, Jim. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Commissioner Kozinski, any questions?
Yeah, I just a couple real quick. I just want to commend the applicant. They did a great job of implementing everything that the design review suggested. The 18 trees that are being removed, those are the large interior trees, correct?
Yes, a good number of those are larger trees. For instance, there's some eucalyptus. A couple of those were removed with the prior. There was a landscape plan that was approved with the facade remodel, and they did begin some of that work. And that did remove a couple of eucalyptus that were close to Building E. That's the Cafe Rio building. And there are mature eucalyptus trees close to the existing pad building that you would see from the existing site photos, et cetera. And some of those mature trees, yes, are proposed to be removed.
And I'm looking at the really small drawing here. I don't have the digital. I'm not looking at the digital. But what size of the trees are you placing in there? And because I see them along the street line. But what size are they?
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
I think they're 36-inch boxes. Are you talking about photocarpus along the streetscape?
Yeah, Camino de las Matas, are they 36?
Yeah.
Inch boxes?
That's the plan. Yeah. How big will those be?
Tall are those
Probably around 10 feet tall.
Okay. All right, so it'll provide a decent landscape. That's all I had. Thank you.
That's not maturity though. So that variety can get 50, 60 feet tall in ideal conditions. So, but the existing, what are there, I believe, are the same. Those are under 30 feet. So.
Okay.
And that is Commissioner Blackwell speaking.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, was that it, or did you have more questions?
No, I was impressed. We had a lot of changes, or we had a good number of changes at the design review, and it looked like the applicant implemented a lot of them, and if not all of them. I was very impressed.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu, any questions?
Yes, so this is Commissioner Wu. Landscaping condition, as the end caps of drive aisles to be converted into landscaping area. Jonathan, if I understand correctly, those end caps are the irregular shape. They look like a sawtooth, if you will. And how many square footage are there if you add them up? And how much increase would the landscaping area again? Because currently it's 15.5, I remember, right? So after the conversion, what is the number?
Good question. So if we are able to convert all of those irregularly shaped areas into landscaping, the CAD drawings don't call out the area in those, but just judging by, I'm looking at the same sheet you are, judging by the comparative size of a parking stall to those, a typical parking stall is nearly 10 by 20, and we have 8 of these. And a lot of those end caps are not going to be quite the full size of a parking stall, so it's going to be in the range of, I would guess, about 1,000 to 1,200 square feet of additional landscaping that we would capture from converting the buffers that are currently just paint on asphalt. So by having that be converted to additional landscape area in the interior part of the parking lot, we'd be gaining about 1,000 square feet additional. Given that the parcel is as large as it is, let me jump back to the original, our title page. I doubt that the percentage increase would even be a full percent. One second while I grab that number, and then we'll. You know what, Commissioner, I apologize. I'll have to return to you on like how that would change the percentage. Again, I think it's going to be less than 1 full percentage point, so jumping to maybe 16.5% of landscape area. But I don't have the number in front of me to make that calculation right now. As I find it, I'll chime back in with that updated number.
Well, that's good enough. Thank you. Also, well, first of all, is the applicant okay with those to accept this condition?
Yes, I have discussed that condition specifically with them, and they did comment it does add additional expense because they would have to provide some form of irrigation, likely, at least temporarily, while any new plantings take root in those areas. So they're cognizant that there would potentially be some additional costs, but they did assent to that condition.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So go ahead, Commissioner Crandall.
This is Commissioner Kuczynski.
I
have just
one.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on a second. I thought I heard Commissioner Crandall speaking. Did you have something you wanted to say? Or
no. Not now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, great. Commissioner Kuczynski, did you have another question?
Just real quick, Jonathan, did the applicant read and agree to all the conditions in the in this project?
So I did have communication with them today, and I'll just reread again. I actually have an email from them, so I'll read this email. It's what I was referencing at the end of the report. So this is from Kyle Godot, who is has been my primary contact from Brixmor for this project. And he states, our preference is to eliminate condition 1.9 as it makes it very hard to move forward with construction of the drive-through building with the risk that the city could reject future tenants. I believe the city is still protected by 7.18, which states that the drive-through must be contained on site. If we can't strike that condition, I can write a letter and request the Planning Commission to remove. Let me know what works for you. So I didn't get a separate letter from that, but that was something that he stated to me in that email, and then from a conversation following that they would prefer that 1.9 either be removed or be clarified to give them some clarity of what that would look like for future tenants. And to clarify staff's intention with condition 1.9, the current property owners have a lease agreement, obviously, with Stater Brothers, and Stater has, they have significant power over what new tenants can come into the site, and so they have said that they would not be favorable to larger visited tenants like Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out, and Starbucks at this site. And so the queuing study that was reviewed by Public Works was not reviewed for a tenant of that magnitude. It was reviewed for more of a mid-scale tenant type. It was a Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf is actually the tenant type that was reviewed. So 3 different project sites for that tenant. And so the reason for staff in including that condition is kind of to give us a way to evaluate whether that queuing study that was reviewed for this project is still applicable for a tenant should a different tenant move in 10 years, whether that new tenant is still going to be compatible with the queuing analysis that was done by our Public Works division now.
All right, thank you.
This is Commissioner Rulin. I did have a question. They're currently at about 15% plant coverage. Usually we would require, I think it's something like 25% plant coverage. I know that a lot of this was done as a remodel, but we also have a building that's being torn down. We've got a wall that's being torn down, the thoroughfare through. So I'm just wondering why it's still at 15%. Is that purely because it's grandfathered in and they simply have 15% by right?
Yes, that's the situation, is that to replace that building, there's not a substantive area that where hardscape could be removed that's not already being used for required parking or for required access for deliveries, like the back side of the Stater Brothers building, where obviously their trucks have to make the deliveries. We just wouldn't have the ability to remove that landscaping, and hence staff, looking for any small locations such as those smaller islands within the parking lot where we could capture some additional landscaping. The intent in this area is actually to allow for a higher FAR, where you would have potentially like 2-story buildings instead of single-story buildings. So the lower development intensity here is kind of what results in the existing lower landscaping level. And yes, replacing an existing building with one that's essentially identical footprint doesn't really provide us a lot of opportunity to increase the landscape area.
I guess where I'm confused is, kind of the answer was, well, there's no room for it, or we can't see any room for it. And that hasn't, short of a variance or something, that hasn't really been a factor. We found ways to do it, I guess, is something to say, even though it's been difficult in some places. So if they're at 15% right now, I'm still trying to get straight in my head why they're not required to go to, I keep forgetting the number, but I think it's 25% landscape coverage. Why aren't they required to do that by code? And if they are, then we have to find a way to do it. But if the code says, well, even though you're destroying a building on this lot or whatever, you're allowed to stay at 15%, then okay, they could stay at 15%. But so far, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I don't see how it's allowed for them to stay at 15%. And the question I'm asking is what is it that allows them to stay at 50%? It can't be just because it's hard, because that's not unusual that something is hard for an applicant. If I made my question clear, I hope.
Yes, you have made your question clear. And just give me 1 second. Fortunately, I might be able to have a computer in front of me, so I'm going to get the specific citation that does address that question.
Okay, and I don't need you to trouble with the specific citation. If this is a situation where it's grandfathered, you guys have already looked at that. That's good enough for me. But if we're not sure, then yeah, we should look and make sure that this is an allowed thing, or if we need to actually, follow the code and the design guidelines and have 25% landscaping.
Sure. So it is something that we've looked into for this and other projects. And the code standard is essentially defers to the hearing body. So the code standard says where there is an existing developed site, when it is non-conforming due to landscaping, the hearing body may require full compliance or partial compliance, aka moving further in the direction of compliance with the percentage required during the hearing process. So the code defers this to be really a discretionary decision from the Planning Commission to what level of landscaping should be required. In this case, ultimately that would come down to whether you think potentially certain parking stalls should be replaced and merged into creating a larger landscape area. For instance, over by the two-way drive aisle, you have a landscape island that is directly adjacent to a couple of parking stalls. So that's something that can definitely be discussed. And again, the power per our code is with you, the Planning Commission.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for clarifying that. We can cover that in our discussion.
This is Commissioner Brown.
Mm-hmm. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Brown.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner. A question of staff. I think, isn't there a parking waiver situation in effect with this parking lot now? And part of it was driven by or ameliorated by removing the wall and trying to make the parking flow between the two shopping centers. But I think the current number of stores and their use in the parking lot now is we needed to write some waivers as it is. I don't think they can afford to lose any more parking spots. And so maybe we had to reconsider and kind of honor this grandfathering on the landscaping. But that's my question to staff. Is I think there's a parking waiver out there somewhere. Is that correct?
So in this case, obviously we have a few different tools that we can use with parking, and we have addressed parking not long ago here at this site, but not with parking waivers. It's always our preference to make that kind of the last option. And we have multiple stores here that are sharing the same parking lot. And so this is a perfect candidate for on-site shared parking, which requires a minor conditional use permit. So the Plaza by the Sea was granted a minor conditional use permit maybe a year and a half ago. And how we approached that was, given that there's a constant in and out of different tenants, instead of evaluating or tying conditions to specific tenants at this site, what we did was actually implement the slightly more favorable downtown rate at this location. So one parking stall is required for 5 seats instead of 4 seats for a restaurant, for instance, because there is obviously like a large opportunity for shared parking the same way that we have downtown. So by implementing that gave them a bit of flexibility. But because the two tenants there haven't been leases signed for the two spaces here, that if they lose spaces, that could restrict the type of tenant that goes into one of those spaces. They have a surplus currently, so they would be fine to put in the tenant certainly for the drive-through cafe use, but it could potentially impact the other suite and what type of use goes to that suite.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions of staff?
Yes, Commissioner Reel and Mike Blackwell, I do have one more question of staff. If I may?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Jonathan, on the new building, we've got these sort of trellis details on the southwest side, freeway facing. There's 2 shown in elevation. Why? And then there's Can you walk me through why there is there seems to be just a blank wall? It almost begs for something else to be there, like maybe a third trellis detail. Can you tell me why there is not one there? Was it a design review discussion?
Sorry, I was on mute. Just to make sure I'm looking at the same image, am I looking at the southwest elevation?
Yes. You see the 3 trellis details there, or the 2, and then to the north portion of that wall, it appears to be just open. There's a light detail there, but no trellis, just a blank wall.
So I believe that those 3 elements are actually centered. You can see that there's a more solid line showing
Yes.
in that elevation. So I think that blank portion is actually offset back.
Okay.
And so it's not part of this cohesive wall. But certainly, yeah, it is a blank wall, and that, if we want to add an element there, that would be an easy modification.
Yeah, I'm looking at that on A2 now. I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Fantastic. Okay. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, any other questions for staff before we go to public hearing? All right then, I will open the public hearing and I'll check with our city planner and see, do we have any written communications that have been submitted that we can read at this point?
Chairman Rulon, this is Gabriel Perez. I'm checking to see if we received anything in the last 25 minutes. There are no comments that I've received. Jonathan, unless you've received anything, but I received no comments on this project.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and we'll open this up for discussion on the Planning Commission. Let's start again with Don. Do you want to kick us off? Commissioner Brown?
Oh, yeah, a couple comments. I think keying off of Commissioner Blackwell's thing about how the opening between the 2 shopping centers could be closed at a future date, we could probably entertain language in condition 717 that the staff put in where the path of travel between Ocean View will remain free of obstructions and no boxes or guards. And we add another sentence to that and say, and it cannot be closed off without the concurrence of the city planner or some words to that effect. I'd throw that out there for discussion. And the other comment is that in spite of all this wonderful discussions about landscaping and trees, a standard of condition that the owner will maintain all this stuff but we put in place for Ralph's. It's not in there. There's no condition that all the landscaping will be maintained and healthy and will be replaced if necessary and watered. And so I throw that out to the commission that maybe we should entertain that standard of condition should be added in there and expect staff to kind of make sure that it added in other projects like this in the future. That's my only 2 comments I'd like to throw out at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crandall.
Yeah. I did want to say one thing about this whole project's been remodeled, and this particular site is 4,000 square feet, is a very, very small percentage of the square footage of the project. And I feel that, I'm going to use the word minor. It's a minor project for this site. So I think requiring it to update the entire site for landscaping percentages in, my observation or reach. But I think the project is good. I like the idea of putting a condition of approval to maintain the landscaping, also to maintain the city's ability to control the volume of traffic that goes into this tenant space. And I'm really happy with the requirement to keep the access between the two open. So I am definitely in support of this project. We worked really hard at design review, and the applicant worked with us on it. And I think we've got a modest project here with the two tenants. They're both going to have pretty small spaces, but I think it'll serve the city well. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just give a heads up to staff. It sounds like there's some interest in perhaps adding some text to condition 7.17 and creating a new condition to maintain the landscaping. So while we're discussing, we may want to be, working on some verbiage for that, because we may be asking you for that. Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Well, I too was concerned with the coverage of landscape, and to Commissioner Brown's point, I looked at different ways that we might be able to achieve that without removing parking, and I hesitated even delving into that discussion only because I have a feeling there's going to be some shared use, if you will. And I think it's going to be driven mostly from the Trader Joe's side, from the other shopping center. There's often a deficiency in parking in Trader Joe's, the popular establishment, and I think that those parking stalls closest to that center will probably be considered for use. So the capacities at the center now, at the current center, I've never seen them fully met. I've seen surplus there repeatedly. However, as the center improves and new tenants come in, there's likely going to be a substantial increase in usage. So every parking stall, in other words, is going to be very valuable there. So what we could do, to staff's point, is we can add more, though we may not get floor area coverage, but we could add more to to sort of offset the deficiency we're going to see. We could add more that would help us to make this an even better project and a beauty in the eye of the beholder. But I do know one thing, and this commission has expressed concern in the past relative to the visibility of the building, specifically the Stater Brothers portion of the building from I-5. And clearly, the applicant listened, and as our design review subcommittee was very instrumental in assuring that the landscape palette at the rear portion is substantial. The California sycamores are a substantial tree, and they're beautiful once they get established and grow. But again, the trees are those trees are in abundance there. However, they will lose their leaves. They're deciduous trees. So once that happens, all that great ground cover is just not going to be visible from the I-5, which is a much lower elevation. All you're going to see is a bunch of trunks and exposed stucco for the most part. One thing we could add is a sprinkling of some smaller trees that are already in the landscape palette that proposed, something like, that has some continuity along that plane, borrowing from the drive-through, the new building. There are some strawberry trees there. They're called out as standards, but they are evergreen, and they're a lower growing tree, which would fill in that line of sight and soften the look from the I-5. That might be a nice compromise, something to that effect. Staff could work with the applicant to achieve that, maybe placing 3 or 4 among, varied depths from the property line, just kind of staggered among the oak tree, or not the oak tree, the sycamore tree grove, if you will. That I call it grove only because there's so many clustered together there. So that would be one thing we could add that would help us. And again, a lot of folks are driving through our town on the I-5, and anything we can do to make it prettier, soften some of the hard lines from the freeway would be a good move on our part if we can do it. This is the time to do it. The language that we're talking about, I forget, it was Commissioner Brown mentioned 7.17. That is a good area we could add to that language. I think that, if the applicant is willing to do it, it's really not that big a deal. It is more of a commitment, and it's a longer term protection. And unless there's some, reason legally speaking that it would not be a good, a wise request from us, maybe we can get some response from our legal. But if we wrote something, if we were to modify the language to read something like this, it would say a reciprocal easement agreement shall be recorded to ensure that, and then we delve into the language that exists, the path of travel between Ocean View Plaza and Plaza by the Sea, and so on and so forth. And at the very end, it says the two parcels, and then we add to ensure that the two centers operate in harmony with one another. So that's why we're doing it. We're protecting that I think it's a good idea to allow the applicant to have that freedom between parcels, but we don't know who's going to, they could sell one of those centers, and, minds could change, and there could be, the Hatfields and the McCoys, suddenly. If we have this built in, it's a protection, because it is going to be a major component of that relationship between centers. But other than those things, I think we've, and then plus with staff working closely with the applicant and Public Works to ensure there is improvements to the accessibility piece. And I'm so happy to hear that there's now been I believe, Jonathan, you said an easement now. We have an easement that extends into the private property area that will allow us to do those improvements that are necessary to improve the sidewalk.
Correct. Yes, I confirmed that with our Public Works division today.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with all those things, the distance that this thing has gone, the tire center, with all the different things we talked about, the minor facade improvements. Now look what we've got. It really is going to be quite nice, and so I'm in full support of this project. If those conditions can be met, I think that. I can stand by my support for this project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kozinski.
I'm in support of this project. I just have two comments. One is, I know we're talking about amending 7.17 to include maintaining the landscaping, but we talked about having that area to be a sitting area that includes those benches and maybe tables. I don't see any language in there, and maybe there should, to maintain the outdoor furniture that the applicant said that they were going to place there in good condition. In addition to maintaining and keeping 1.9, I know the analysis was done on a lower volume tenants. And I think the city needs the flexibility to reassess if a higher volume tenant is placed in there. Those are my two comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu.
This is Commissioner Wu. A few comments on the requested condition 1.9 of removal. I consider 1.9 condition is reasonable, so I like to keep it. Regarding the parking, we have to look at the proposed trash enclosure, a conceptual wall removal. I think the last three spots, the last three parking spots, which is proposed to be removed, could be restored into parking. These, the drive aisle in front of it is 5.1% below. So it's easy to just make it slightly longer, then it will be suitable for parking. But since we're deficient on landscaping, it's nice that the landscape consultant added those conditions, and I appreciate that the applicant accepts those conditions to convert the end caps of the drive aisles into landscaping, which the landscaping was non-conforming by removing the living materials. Even if we keep the area the same, there's still a slight increase of non-conformity. But by adding the end caps back, we'll probably improve it slightly. So I like that. Overall, I think it's a good project, makes good improvement to the area, and I support it.
I have a question. Commissioner Wu, it's Mike Blackwell.
Yes.
Are you referring to the 3 parking stalls on the south side adjacent to the wall to be removed? They're currently shown as, or proposed as a landscape area shown in green with that small retaining wall?
That's right. I would rather this whole area to be a pedestrian area for sitting and landscaping. But if the drive aisle goes through, then the landscaping there doesn't do much other than providing some landscaping area, which we can make up from converting the end caps from parking aisle. We should also ask the applicant to put some trees into those end caps, because anytime the size is bigger than a tree grade size, then a tree can survive. So those 3 spaces are removed as proposed, but they could be returned back to parking if they want.
Right. Yeah, I see that the willows are proposed on the opposite side. There are 3 Australian willows, but nothing on the lower portion that you're referring to. We could probably even eliminate that. We could probably even get one more parking stall out of that, the first one, because it's likely going to be an underutilized area, to your point. But we could get a tree or 2 in there as well.
Right, and the relocated trash enclosure is located at a position that I don't like this position, but we seem to be out of option. But if we can get some parking back, as I proposed, then maybe the trash enclosure can be moved out of the way, because that corner location is very prominent. Everybody looks at it, and it's not the nicest thing. It's just a trash enclosure, so it will be better to be a little hidden somewhere.
Yeah,
This
I'll
is-
stop
this-
that.
This is Commissioner Brown. Can I make a couple comments?
Sure.
Yeah, without human interaction and being on the dais and doing this by phone, this is an awful lot of design on the dais that I'm getting worried about the parking way, the entrance way, the pathway. We're going to eliminate that and move a parking spot here and there. I think the staff and the applicant have got things pretty well worked out, and we start getting down into this detail and this type of a format is constrained as it is. I'm not going to support any of these changes you're talking about. In other words, the plan is what the applicant's happy with and the staff's happy with. And I think we're going a little too far with design details under this circumstance here. If we can't reach consensus then we should send it back to design review or engineering staff. Enough.
And I'll chime in too. kind of in agreement with Commissioner Brown, just because I worry when we start to, restrike the parking and that sort of thing, that there are constraints that we don't know about that staff and engineering and the applicant may have already gone over. So I hesitate to do that. Just, things seem like a good idea when we're looking at the sheets, but then we haven't covered this like those guys have. So I don't know if that would end up being as positive as we might hope it would be. I will say, though, in terms of landscaping, I'm looking at the landscape plan. I'm going to try and steal an idea from Bart and suggest that if you look at the end of those parking stalls, most of those rows have some empty polygons, at least according to the landscape plan. It may be possible to put some planters in there, do some shrubbery, something like that. If those are essentially empty space, they're just kind of leftover space from the end of the parking stall, or they couldn't fit one more full spot. If it's possible to add landscaping to there, or a couple other corners, as some other commissioners have stated, I'd like to see that, because when I look at this center, it seems a little more barren to me than other centers, because of the other centers have more, just have a higher percentage of landscaping. And that might actually help the applicant a bit too. I don't think it would be that expensive, and it would bring that part of their center a little more, up to where some other centers are in town. So I think it would be good to have the staff sit down and see if they can't work out maybe some little edge places like that, where there might be some empty space where they could slip in a little landscaping, or even maybe have some vines on a couple of walls that otherwise might be kind of blank walls, and of course that would add to their percentage as well. I'm not quite sure how to condition that. Maybe a condition that they would sit down with staff and try to do another round of landscaping, and we can leave it to them based on the information or suggestions that we give them, and see if they can't, get another 5% landscape coverage or something like that. But that is an idea, unless someone thinks that there might be an issue with that. Someone that want to interject?
Yeah, this would be the beauty of the Zoom call.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Blackwell.
I was going to say, this would be one of the benefits of a Zoom call. So when we have a question, we slide up our little square, and you see it, and you can pick us. So,
we're not on a Zoom call, so.
Yeah. So to your point, though, and Commissioner Brown, I feel the concern, but that's the whole point of this process is to review each project, even down to the design details. And this is not easy. I've expressed that before, in this format, but we're doing the best we can. But when we're talking about the gradual redevelopment of this property, which has occurred here over years, so we've seen this a number of times in smaller pieces. We have an opportunity now to address things that are important. Parking, even one stall, is important. If we can get it, we should take it. If we're gonna include conditions for mitigation, not just because landscape is fun, but because there's purpose, then we should have purpose, and we should really continue that continuity and integrity through all components of the project. So that's my take on it, though I'm sensitive to what Mr. Brown says. It's a difficult thing to do, and we start discussing things that have a broader impact that we may not be aware of. But again, that's why staff is here, to answer those questions. If there is some reason why we didn't get another extra parking out of that at the wall break, when we could easily, I don't know about 3, but I see, just based on the slope and the calculation, we could squeeze another one in there, a full spot easily, to an underutilized area. But again, that would serve the neighbor that is currently experiencing the same ownership, experiencing severe parking issues. If you ever shop at Trader Joe's, you know what I'm talking about. It's a problem there. It's dangerous, and it's a problem. So if we can get more, I'd be looking for opportunities there too. And then, putting in new landscaping in little pocket areas. I agree with you, Commissioner Rulon. I looked at that as well. There's line of sight issues that staff would probably identify, certain types of curbs. Most of that's painted. So when you start putting raised curbs in there for retention of the soil and irrigation, et cetera. You're trenching. There's all kinds of things that come up as a part of it. All valid and all important. We haven't even talked about lighting yet, so I won't even go there. But, you know, these are things that I think are within our purview and important. We have an opportunity. This is a gateway property. It's an important one, and I think again, it's come a long way. But it's got some work still needed. The sidewalk area, the trees that are proposed there, all of that staff's going to work through outside of our review. We're trusting in staff to address that, and we can trust in staff to look for areas to increase the landscaping as well, maybe even another parking. But at that point, it's out of the discussion with us, but it's in the record still. So, we've all voiced our concerns, and I don't know if anybody's going to support any of the new conditions that the other has suggested, but I guess we'll just have to see. It's my 2 cents on it.
Okay, so, and this is, I'm sorry, go ahead, was that Commissioner Crandall?
Yes, Steve?
Yeah, I am here. I want to thank Don for speaking. We spent a lot of time at design review, and Jen and I think even Blackwell may have even been involved when this came through design review, and we had our shot at it. There's a lot of things we don't know about that we have to take into consideration. This piece of property is broken into multiple lots. It's not just one lot. And I think we've got a good, viable project. I think we can request outside of a condition for staff to work with the city landscape architect and the applicant to maximize the landscaping. I'm not worried about getting one more stall in a project this size. I mean, we're shoe-nailing it. We don't need to design that this evening. I think we have to also remember we don't design the project for the applicant. We give them suggestions and see what their designers come up with. So I think we're getting a little too hands-on at this point, and they're all valid comments, but I think we can do it with just direction to staff and the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu, did you have a comment?
Yes. Well, I attended a design review, look at this conceptual design. We focused on the new building design, and this wall connection was presented to us as, by the way, we have two options. We can go through it, or we can make it a pedestrian sitting area. And so the discussion wasn't thorough. This time, it just gives us a little more information and opportunity to look at it. And also the new landscapes consultants, a new condition to convert those handicaps into landscaping area. I like it a lot, and this is the first time I see it. Some of those handicap area, they're quite large, and they're almost as large as a parking store. So apparently they're much bigger than those little pockets in between the parking spaces. So I think they deserve some attention about the landscaping design, not just covered with the ground cover. They're large enough to have some trees. So I believe that it's appropriate it doesn't have to come back to the Planning Commission. As I said, I support this project overall. But I think it's worthwhile to have the applicant to revise the landscaping plan and have the landscape consultant to look at it one more time, especially the landscaping design of the handicap areas.
Okay.
Commissioner Rowan,
Thank you.
I just have one comment.
Okay.
This is
Commissioner Kuczynski.
Yeah. During design review, I remember with Commissioner Wu, we went over this area with the applicant, and we did request that the applicant provide it to be a sitting area with landscaping and trees. That's why there's benches there. I don't see any trees, but the intent was that there would be a sitting area that with trees for shade. And I don't see that on the drawings.
Okay, thank you. I did have a couple of questions for design review. One question was, was there any consideration of, since the building's being demolished, was there any consideration of, you were looking at the site plan, of moving the building up towards the street frontage, as long as it's being rebuilt anyway, to conform better with our general design guidelines?
To my recollection, no, access and the drive-through was kind of the dictating feature. They had to get this thing behind the gas station area. And there is a property line somewhere, and Jonathan may remember where it is. No, the proposal was not on moving the building forward.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they want to use the same pad, which would save some cost. But you know, I just wanted to broach the question of having it be closer to the street, because that's what we want to see with our buildings. And obviously, with a remodel, as a simple remodel, we certainly wouldn't require that. But I wanted to see if there was any reason really preventing them from doing that, like a property line or easement or something that makes it impractical. So maybe, Jonathan, do we know if that's the case off the top of your head?
Sure, yeah, I'd love to jump in. That is something that I evaluated kind of before we got to that level, and that was actually an initial discussion I had with the applicants when they were first considering demoing and building a new building, is that generally our design, our urban design push is to have buildings on the street frontage. We do have a little bit of competing information in our policy documents. However, so within our design guidelines, Camino de los Mares is indicated as being an auto-oriented area. And so in this area, within our design guidelines, we don't have the same push to have buildings on the street frontage. So there's a little bit of misalignment in between kind of the more generic general plan, or the generic urban design goal, with the more specific design guidelines information about the auto orientation of this district of Camino de los Mares. So staff, given that kind of more specific direction within design guidelines, was comfortable maintaining the building here for that reason, as well as two other pieces. One, as mentioned, being able to maintain the queuing in a way that would minimally disrupt traffic flow, and to have kind of the rear side of that building. The purpose of the use permit for drive-throughs is to evaluate any potential noise and traffic impacts. And so to have the noise elements of that directed towards a 24-hour gas station and an off-ramp really does minimize any concerns there. And then finally, of course, to recognize that locating in a different spot would also have some ultimate parking potential impacts there too. The biggest piece, again, though, comes to, if this was on El Camino Real, staff certainly would have pushed for the building to be at the street frontage, but given the auto-oriented nature of Camino de los Mares, within our design guidelines, we were more comfortable with the location that's presented.
Okay, I understand the reasoning. I'll just kind of let staff know what my opinion is about it is that the buildings being up towards the street isn't, I don't feel, an auto-oriented, or the buildings being away from the street isn't an auto-oriented design. In fact, even if for an auto-oriented area, it's nicer to see nice architecture rather than a couple of acres of parking lot. So yeah, I won't push. I don't know if there's much support for that, and even though I think we should look at that, and maybe I would have hoped that with that we would have struggled with that and seeing if that was a possibility. Probably would have raised the cost, unfortunately, for the applicant. but sometimes that's the things to do to improve that sort of a thing. But I hope in the future we're looking at that a little more rigorously earlier in the process, because even in an auto-oriented area, they deserve, to see perhaps nice architecture instead of a bunch of parking lot. The other question I had for design review was, I know part of this application is the menu board, and usually we look at menu boards, as rigorously as other signage. And did you guys see, I'm looking at page A.2 of the plans, and the lower left corner, there's an example of the signboard. And I'm just wondering, again, I didn't see anything in the minutes unless I missed it, of design review. Did you guys have an opportunity to see this signboard in design review? Menu board?
Jim, this is Jonathan. No, the menu board was not indicated on the plans at that time. That was a staff comment at design review that should be provided before advancing to Planning Commission. Okay.
So it would have been good if they'd seen it, because they could go through it. I'm looking at so let me just comment on it visually, because they didn't look at it in design. It's actually a nice looking design. I think it's a little more ornate than we would usually have, but that isn't a sin. But it also has an element like the fleur-de-lis, and I've never seen that on Spanish Colonial Revival. I could be wrong. I think it's more of a French symbol. So in terms of this area needing to be more Spanish Colonial Revival, I'm a little concerned, even though it's a nice design, I'm a little concerned about the style of the design, that it doesn't fit with the SCR vocabulary that we would normally have in the city. And Bart, maybe you've got an opinion on that.
Let me get off mute here. That's basically invisible. The menu board is along the drive aisle, which is the drive aisles between the gas station and the freeway. So this really isn't all that visible, especially when it's low and freeways down below. So I'm not too concerned about it. The ornateness, even with this sketch, they aren't held to. So we can certainly give a recommendation to staff to work with them to go more Spanish colonial rather than with the fleur-de-lis, like you say, on top. And I'm sure that they would be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, I would want to, I'm not trying to ask them to redesign the whole sign, in some wholesale way, but, and again, just because it's ornate doesn't make it bad. It's just a little, we tend to go a little simpler in town, although we've been getting a little more ornate, which is fine. But it's, if some stucco base is appropriate, if putting something other than the fleur-de-lis, is more in line with our Spanish Colonial Revival style, then, yeah, I would like, to have some, condition, or have staff, like with the landscaping, have staff sit down with them to see what they can work out, and leave it to staff's judgment in terms of changes to that sign, if there's general agreement with that.
Yes, this is Bart Crowley, and that's a good observation on your part, and I would trust Jonathan to work with the applicant to do that, and I think we can do that with a recommendation to staff.
Okay. And I'll just throw my 2 cents in on condition 1.9. I feel like some others do, that this gives staff some appropriate leverage. I know that what their plans are now, is to have smaller places that will generate smaller lines, but things change in the future. 2 businesses in a building become 1, and these drive-throughs, I've rarely seen a drive-through that doesn't get overstacked, on a somewhat regular basis. So I'd like to leave that in, so staff has some opportunity to help manage that in the future if necessary. And that looks to me like this is what I've got, just to kind of, try to summarize in terms of what we're looking at conditions. Adding text to condition 717 to add that city approval is required for any changes. Add a condition to maintain the landscaping in a robust manner, much like we've done in some other places. I don't know the exact verbiage off the top of my head. Condition to work with staff prior to the building permits being issued, on locating additional opportunities for landscaping, like what we have spoken about here, and also to have them work with staff for the building permits to attempt to bring the design of the menu board a little more in line with Spanish Culinary Revival, again, at staff's discretion in terms of what that should be, and to work with the applicant. So those are the ones that I had jotted down. Does anyone have any other conditions that I missed, or any other comments on this item?
Commissioner Kuczynski?
Yes, please, go ahead.
On 717, we did discuss that this would be a sitting area, which would require the benches and possibly a tree. To just include those two for the maintaining of just not just the landscaping, but the benches that we requested, and the addition of a tree.
Could we, would you be comfortable if we included that with the condition on having staff work with the applicant on locating additional landscaping opportunities? We'll just include a statement, like including, we've identified a couple of places, and now we've identified another one, that area with the benches, as part of what staff will take with them to help fulfill that obligation.
Yeah, and what about the benches? Maintaining the benches.
Oh, maintaining the benches as part of the condition to maintain the landscaping? Yeah, that sounds right to me. Landscaping and landscape furniture.
Yes.
And as I'm talking, usually I see staff working. I don't have that opportunity right now, so I'm just hoping that staff is jotting down some ideas for the verbiage for this when we make a motion, assuming that the other commissioners are in line with this.
I'm on it.
Chair, this is a
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Wu.
I'd like to clarify that on condition 5.5.3, for the parking aisle entrance, currently asphalt change buffer shall be converted into curved landscaping areas with plant species to be approved by the city's consulting landscape architect.
So good, that's going to handle part of what we were talking about.
I'd like to be a little more specific that the plant species to include trees if practical.
I would be more comfortable leaving it to staff at this point. Again, as per Don's comment earlier, I think it's great if we can get landscaping in there, and it looks like staff has already thought of this. But trees would be great, but let's let them figure that out, because there may be constraints and stuff under root structures and things like that.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm comfortable with staff driving that and doing the best job for us at this point.
Okay, Jim, this is Commissioner Crandall. I would like to make a motion then.
Well, that's great. I will do that, but I do have a question for you, Jim, on clarification for 7.17. Okay, you had read that.
Commissioner Blackwell. Excuse me, I just want to clarify. This is Commissioner Blackwell talking.
Thank you. I did throw out an idea of using a reciprocal easement agreement approach to this, and the way you read your note, it did not reflect that language. And I was wondering if anybody is afraid of that or wondering about what that really means, if maybe Mal could give us the pros and cons of this approach, and whether or not this is a common application that something the Planning Commission could ask for the purposes that we're intending to use it for.
Yeah, this is Mal.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mal.
Yeah, so in response to the question, it is fairly common to require reciprocal access easements like this. That said, the explanation that was given by Jonathan is accurate. I think that the commission has everything that it needs, and staff has everything that it needs going forward to ensure that the issues that the access easement would cover are covered. That said, if you wanted to have a belt and suspenders approach, you could certainly require the drafting of a reciprocal access easement. However, I would not add that to the existing condition. I would simply add a new condition that requires the applicants to work with staff and the neighboring property owner to enter into a reciprocal access easement that is approved by the city attorney and by staff. Now, the risk that you run is we cannot require the adjacent property owner to agree to the reciprocal access easement. So by conditioning this approval on that, we are giving the adjacent property owner some leverage over this even going forward, because if they don't agree to it, then the entire project is halted.
Understood. Okay. One of the things, Mal, I was seeing as a benefit potential here, a special case where we have the same property owner. Unfortunately, the applicant is not here to respond to it, and it's one of the downsides to this approach we're taking. But to simply ask for it, I think there might be a benefit there to everybody, because if that other parcel should sell, this thing is in place and it basically runs with the land after, correct?
That's correct. It would run with land.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. And so it's an important condition we all consider, and I don't see anybody's faces. I don't know what the reactions are. Jim, could you consider doing maybe a straw vote or some sort of a discussion on this among the commissioners?
Yeah, my thought is if we can do this with a condition and not an easement, given what Mal has told us, I'm just thinking that with a condition, we could, I'm guessing, waive the condition at some point if we needed to, say one of these places was turned into a set of medical offices or something. Then you might not want that pass-through. And to kind of force that pass-through when it becomes inappropriate, possibly, might be, we might be locking that in or something. So, if we can, if we can do it with, I don't know, less weight, or kind of the least amount of verbiage, the least amount of overhead is what I'm thinking, then that might be the preferable way to do it, unless there's a compelling reason to do a reciprocal agreement. That's my feeling on it.
Okay. I would think that the compelling reason would be just to ensure that the harmony between the two centers is maintained. So those two centers operate in harmony with one another, which would be the whole point of sort of an easement. So we could, if the rest of the commission is not in support of a separate condition of approval as recommended by legal, then we could simply modify 7.7 to end with that statement. So it would read, leaving out the first part of this ending sentence, I would say serving to connecting the two parcels to ensure that the two centers operate in harmony with one another. Just so we have something in there with a little more weight to your point, Jim, that would be a way to do it. But,
Okay, and what do the other commissioners think? Is there any opinions one way or another on this?
So the Commissioner Wu, I think Commissioner Blackwell's comment is well taken by me. I think there is some legal ramification that needs to be clarified and confirmed by both owners. Just imagine that from this parcel, the storm water is going to drain into the neighboring parcel. Now, in the future, if the applicant who happens to own the neighboring parcel right now decides to sell the neighboring property, and the new property owner, can the new property owner erect a wall to stop the traffic? And and there's also stormwater situation. So I think the reciprocal easement is a clever idea, and the city attorney's suggestion is certainly a very good strategy, because we have this applicant to ask for it, the owner of the neighboring property happened to be the same owner. So there's no reason to reject that.
Sure. Does anyone have any other input on this item?
I might.
This is Commissioner Brown. I'd like to make a couple comments, if I could.
Okay, if you would, Commissioner Crandall jumped in before you. I'll do you next.
Okay.
Mel, when we're talking about an easement, that's usually recorded against the deed, and there's usually a specific location defined as where that easement is.
That is correct, yeah.
And really what we want is joint access, because it could move and be relocated if the buildings are reconfigured. So is the easement the way to go, or just a reciprocal access agreement the best way to go?
Same thing.
Yeah, it's a good question. It accomplishes the same purpose. An easement certainly is a burden on title, a burden on the property. It's an interest in real property. You see it done both ways, where there isn't a defined geography, if you will. You can simply have a reciprocal access agreement, whereby both property owners, in this case, I guess both properties are owned by one owner, agree that there will be reciprocal access, which can move from time to time, but there always has to be access between the two centers.
You know, that I like that. I like that a little better.
That's Commissioner Brown. When you go with an easement, you got to get survey people out there, put survey pins down, and lock things in before you record the deed. And what we need to do at this level, at a planning commission level, I think is be more global and more higher altitude, and just modify 717 to ensure there's always access between the two centers, regardless of future ownership. We need to work the ownership that way. It's just we don't want to make this thing too complex. We don't want to build. We just want to build a Mickey Mouse watch here and not get too overly complex going forward. So I'm comfortable with a modification of condition of use 717 to ensure future dual access between the two centers. How we want to word that. Other than that, then I'm not going to support anything else going forward. Otherwise, we're getting too complex.
Okay. I have some language. Let me interject, Commissioner Blackwell here. Point taken, Mr. Brown, you're right. There is some extra hoops to jump through. It's really not that big a deal. I mean, I've done a number of these myself, and if I can do it, anybody can do it. Trust me. So, but yes, to Commissioner Crandall's point, to your point, to Commissioner Wu's point, if we've got support for modification to the language of this, it just simply says a reciprocal access agreement shall be recorded, or shall be, what's a better word for that? Shall be agreed to between parties, and then we go into the rest of the existing verbiage, and then ends to ensure that the two centers operate in harmony with one another. That would address it. That would be a modified condition without a requirement or a separate condition for an easement. What do you guys think?
Mr. Crandall agrees with that, Tom.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Ruin. I just want Mal's input on that. When we start wordsmithing, I get worried. But it's not an easement, but it still ensures connection between the two shopping centers. Mal, do you see any issue with that verbiage?
No, I don't see an issue with that. As long as we can, the staff and the attorney kind of play with that verbiage. I think the intent is that we want to have reciprocal access in perpetuity between the centers, right? I mean, that's the basic intent. As long as we have that, then we can make an amendment to 7.17, and we're off to the races.
Okay. Well, then why don't we let you guys, construct that sentence or two, and would that work for you, Commissioner Blackwell?
Absolutely. And I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Brown's point, and I am also sensitive, as you are, to the applicant's needs and improvement to the property. So I think it's also a very valid point, and so I'm happy to see that we can at least find a way to do it. Whether that access moves to one side of the property or the other, we're going to have something placed there to ensure that access exists somewhere. So yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Well, I know Bart's ready to make a motion. Let me just make sure that no one has any other comments or that we missed anything before he does.
I'll make one comment. Do we want to make it vehicular access or pedestrian access? I think we're probably going to have to say vehicular and pedestrian access.
Good point.
That sounds right to me, yeah.
This is Commissioner Wu.
Would you agree with that now?
If you allow me to interject, the applicant may not want a reciprocal access perpetually established. We don't know. So I think it's prudent to have the staff to check with the applicant.
I can interject. This is Jonathan. Fortunately, I have my computer and our applicant is listening in. He has agreed. First of all, I'll comment, yes, Commissioner Wu identified correctly. We do already have a condition requiring some of those additional landscape areas within the parking lot itself that Chair Rulin had mentioned, and they have agreed to that previously. So they're fine with that one. The applicant is fine with a condition requiring perpetual access between the two properties. So they are comfortable with that as well. And then they are also comfortable with the added condition regarding maintenance of landscape. We do have a code provision that specifies that, but I did write something up so I can read that out here in a minute for an additional condition there. The one comment I got that they indicated they wouldn't be supportive was a loss of parking would be something that they have to go back and identify that and get approval from Stater Brothers, and so they did identify. It doesn't seem like that's something that's currently being discussed, but I did want to put that out there. A comment that I got by email from the applicant that they would have concerns if there was a requested reduction in parking. But the other conditions that have been discussed, yes, the applicant is favorable to including those.
Okay. Well, does staff have some text for us for these conditions as Bart makes the motion?
I do. I'll let, of course, this is Jonathan. Again, I'll certainly defer to Mal if he does want to chime in and redirect any of the language, but I'll start with, I'm going to add a condition in section 5, and this would be condition 5.1.
Jonathan, this is Bart Cramley. Why don't I make the motion and then let you read them into the motion?
Okay. Do you mind if I real quick address the general nature of them to make sure I have everything taken care of?
Oh, it's great.
Okay, so I have one condition regarding finalizing the design of the custom wrought iron frame for the drive-up menu board. I have another condition or a modification to existing condition 7.17 regarding the reciprocal access. And I have a final condition 7.30, and I'll clarify that there was a duplication. So 7.30 is being removed because it's a duplicate of 7.28, and it's being replaced with a condition regarding the maintenance of the landscaping as well as the maintenance of the indicated furniture items. I'm not including a reference to trees. The landscape plan indicates that there are already 3 proposed trees in this area. So we are covered by the plans that have been provided by the applicant for that piece. So those are the modifications that I was looking at.
And we did have one, and I mean, it's great that we already have the condition, I don't know why I missed that, to do the areas in the parking lot. But I think we did want you to take one more look with the applicant and see if you couldn't come up with other creative solutions as well, like, there may be an opportunity on some buildings for trellises. maybe something, like, creeping vines on the trash enclosure to kind of, soften that a little bit. There may be, kind of give it another once over and see if there might be some solutions that haven't been considered yet.
The vines for the trash enclosure are something that's already covered as well, actually, within 5.5. How about I add a fourth bullet under our general landscaping and incorporate Commissioner Blackwell's comments that the applicant will review potential for a couple of trees at the rear property line that are more decorative trees, and then have a generic note that and any further opportunities for vines at the site.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jonathan, that's fine with me, and I apologize. I don't know why I missed that with the landscaping in 5.5. So, and go ahead, Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. No, just the decorative part, I think it's more evergreen. So you're talking about it, the comment, the discussion on the sycamores, deciduous, and then having sort of a, we're losing greenery, in other words, when those trees lose their leaves. So the intent was to add a little bit of filler for extra, additional screening throughout the year. So it could be, the strawberry tree, or, at your discretion to find something if the applicant's willing to do that. That would be very helpful. So evergreen would be the key word over decorative in that write-up. And it can be a lower growing, a shrub, 6 feet, 8 feet tall, something like that.
Well,
that's it.
Okay, Bart, do you want to give it a try?
I'll make it very brief and simple. I move we adopt resolution number PC 20008, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente approving site plan permit 19203, conditional use permit 19205, architectural permit 19204, and amended discretionary sign permit 18546, Plaza by the Sea drive-through, a request to allow single-story commercial building with a drive-through and accompanying menu boards with amplified sound and an outdoor dining area on a site that includes a parcel located at 610 Camino de los Mares, with staff direction and revisions to conditions of approval, as will be presented by Jonathan Lightfoot, and also an access agreement between the two properties that will be presented by Mal, the city attorney.
Brown, second.
Well, hold on. Let's read before there's a second. Jonathan, you want to read in your conditions?
Sure, I'll go ahead and read those in. With modifications to existing conditions, beginning with subpoint 4, underneath existing condition 5.5, reading, the applicant shall incorporate additional evergreen trees at the rear of the property and coordinate with the city's landscape architect consultant on additional opportunities for vines to soften walls on the site as possible. Continuing with condition 5.16, which reads, the applicant shall work with planning staff to finalize the design for the custom wrought iron frame that surrounds the drive-up menu board to be consistent with a Spanish colonial revival theme. And revision to existing condition 7.17, adding to the end of that condition, reciprocal pedestrian and vehicular access shall be maintained in perpetuity between the adjacent plazas. And finally, removing and replacing condition 7.30 with the language, the applicant shall make provisions for the continuous and perpetual maintenance of on-site landscaping in an orderly, attractive, and healthy condition consistent with SCMC 17.68.060 maintenance requirements. The indicated pedestrian furniture and likewise shall be well maintained.
Do we have a second?
Blackwell, seconded.
Brown, seconds.
I think Blackwell beat you to it. So motion by Crandall, second by Blackwell. I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Kozinski.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Aye.
and Commissioner Ruland votes aye. It passes unanimously. So congratulations to the applicant.
Great.
All right,
forward to it.
we will move on to item 8B, conditional use permit 19-192 with our planner, David Carrillo.
And
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. David Carrillo.
Hold on, Planner Carrillo, can you pause one moment? I just want to recognize Commissioner Kozinski.
Commissioner Kuczynski. So in an abundance of caution and to ensure the applicant will get a fair and impartial hearing, I am recusing myself from this item.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Why don't you go ahead and kick us off with this item?
Yeah, thank you. So the second item tonight is the Nita Montessori project. I'll be referring to PowerPoint slides found in attachment 11 if the commission would like to follow. And I'm going to start with slide number 2, title location. So the project involves 3 lots, 132 Avenida Serra and a 2-lot parking lot at 127 Avenida Miramar, as highlighted in the aerial image on slide number 2. And I do want to clarify that the 132 Avenida Serra lot actually has 2 addresses. The parent address is 132 Avenida Serra, and the sub-address is 130 Avenida Serra, which is what's actually on the site. So I just wanted to clarify that discrepancy there. Moving on, the project is located in the mixed-use 3.1 zone and architectural overlay district and surrounded by residential uses and Old City Plaza and adjacent to a historic resource to the north of the parking lot. Moving on to slide number 3. Background. So background on both 132 Avenida Serra and 127 Avenida Miramar. 132 Avenida Serra is where the daycare center would operate. Here a conditional use permit was approved by the Planning Commission in 1992 to allow the conversion of a duplex to an office building, along with some exterior improvements that move the building closer to the Spanish colonial revival style of architecture. Today, a vacant office building and 4 uncovered parking spaces exist on the lot. So moving on to 127 Avenida Miramar, this is where the required parking spaces will be provided. So this 2-lot parking lot was approved in 1975 with 34 parking spaces and currently has no off-site parking agreements approved by the city that would allow any business to use these spaces to meet parking requirements. Slide number 4. So the applicant requests a daycare center with a maximum of 30 children and 3 teachers at any given time, and off-site parking agreements between 127 Avenida Miramar and 132 Avenida Serra in order to satisfy parking requirements, and also proposes some minor exterior improvements. Slide number 5. There are 2 types of permits required that are being reviewed tonight. First one is a conditional use permit for the daycare center use and for the off-site parking agreements. And the second is a minor cultural heritage permit for the proposed minor exterior improvements, which I'll go over in the following slides. Going on to slide number 6, the applicant must obtain a state license from the Child Care Licensing Division in order to operate the daycare. 2 notable requirements relate to outdoor and indoor activity spaces. 75 square feet per child is required for outdoor activity space, and 35 square feet per child is required for indoor activity space. And as the report outlines, since the proposed outdoor space is less than the required for 30 children, the applicant would be requesting a waiver for outdoor activity space for 10 children at one time, not 30 in the outdoor play area. For indoor activity space, the report states that the required amount is provided. However, within the last few days, there was a commissioner that pointed out via email that based on his calculations that account for thickness of walls, that the applicant does not provide the required indoor activity space. So staff did consult with the Child Care Licensing Division, and they stated that they do not ask for this level of detail on plans, and also did share that they actually determine if a space can be counted for indoor activity spaces once an inspection is done, which is will be conducted after city approval if granted tonight. So due to this concern, we do have some options. The applicant, per the zoning code, does need a state license in order to operate this daycare. But if the commission will feel comfortable, staff is open to adding a condition of approval, which would require that the applicant provide proof of a state license prior to the issuance of a building permit and a city commercial business license. This will allow the applicant to resolve this concern with state and reduce the number of children if they find necessary. Moving on to slide number 7. An off-site parking agreement is requested to provide 8 off-site parking spaces required for 30 children and 3 teachers. The parking spaces would be located again at 127 Avenida Miramar, also known as the Old City Town Plaza parking lot. And you can see this map on the next slide, on slide number 8. So as mentioned earlier, there are currently no off-site parking agreements between 127 Avenida Miramar and any other business that would allow the use of parking spaces to meet parking requirements. So as conditions, the off-site parking agreement must be submitted for city attorney review and approval. The agreement must include both lots at 127 Avenida Miramar to secure ingress and egress, and the number of children and employees at any given time is based on the parking spaces provided off-site. Moving on to slide number 8. So here's a site map showing the location of parking spaces. Here we see spaces 1 through 7 located along the west property line of the parking lot, and the 8th parking space across from them in the center set of spaces. And just for reference, we do call out the ADA ramp and the daycare center site. Moving on to the next slide, slide number 9, traffic. The city traffic engineer did review the project, and there were discussions with staff regarding whether or not a traffic analysis prepared by a professional would be required. After the traffic engineer's review, he did determine that a traffic analysis is not required, and that no negative traffic impacts would exist in the area, since the projected vehicle trips are consistent with traffic levels expected in the zone. The general plan environmental impact report already accounts for a mix of uses in this zone, including conditionally permitted daycare centers. All parking is provided on a private parking lot, and they're not proposing to use any street parking. And also that the drop-off and pickup plan would help disperse vehicle trips throughout the day. And for reference, I did provide the drop-off and pickup time period table in table 1 of the staff report. Moving on to slide number 10. So here are some conditions that help to further mitigate any traffic impacts concerns. First one being that all children drop-offs and pickups are prohibited from happening on the streets and must occur on the off-site parking lot. Second one being that there's a 10-minute gap between drop-off and pickup periods that must be provided. And this is to avoid any overlap between vehicles and parents at any given time. And then lastly, the daycare center is required to advertise via social media platforms, the business web pages, and just verbal communication that the main entrance is at the rear, where it's accessible from Avenida Miramar and not Avenida Serra. So this will help, again, alleviate any traffic along Avenida Serra. Next slide, slide number 11, safety. To address safety, the applicant is proposing to manage drop-offs and pickups on the parking lot and not on the streets, as mentioned earlier. in order to provide a safer path between vehicles and the daycare. The daycare would require that parents and guardians walk their children to and from the daycare center during each period, and also to keep unwanted individuals out and improve security. 2 new gates at the rear and the front will be provided. Since the main entrance to the daycare would be at the rear, there will be a keypad that will be installed at the rear for use by parents and guardians. They'll be given an assigned key code. In addition, there is a check-in software system they'll be using that would also allow the daycare to ensure that authorized individuals are only picking up and dropping off the children enrolled in the daycare. The building division did conceptually approve an accessible path of travel that runs along the driveway from the rear of the daycare to the front of the building. So in this case, handicapped individuals would be the only persons entering the building from the front. Again, just as a reminder, we are requiring that all business be conducted through the rear and that all clients and children enter from the rear gates. Lastly, the Orange County Fire Authority has also conceptually approved emergency exits through the rear gates and the front of the building. And then moving on to slide number 12, these conditions are similar to the ones that also address traffic concerns. They relate to the drop-off and pickups not occurring on the streets, the 10-minute gap that's required between each drop-off and pickup period, and then advertisement that the main entrance is, again, at the rear accessible from Avenida Miramar. Next slide, number 13. So given the location of the proposed daycare center and surrounding residential uses, the development management team requested a noise study to assess potential noise impacts. And the noise study assessed 10 children in the outdoor play area, children on top of the climbing structure, and children and idling vehicles during drop-off and pickup periods, and also did consider 6-foot-high fences and second-level residential units, and did conclude that the daycare center would operate in compliance with city noise standards. And I would say that staff did take some time in reviewing the noise study and did request that a supplemental memo be provided to further clarify how the noise study was conducted, and that's also attached in the staff report. Moving on to the next slide, slide number 14. Here we have some noise-related conditions that help further mitigate any noise impacts. The first one, again, addresses traffic and safety as well. So the 10-minute gap between drop-off and pickup periods, staff found that would help, again, disperse not only vehicle trips, but also just noise levels. Second, being that all fences shall have an FSTC rating of 22. This basically means that the fences will have a material with a certain thickness that adequately reduce the noise as it travels from children through the fence and to the neighboring properties. We also do have a condition that noise-aware devices be installed along each property line that abuts a residential use. And this is done with the intent that if a certain noise level is reached that's out of compliance with the noise standards, the operator would be notified and they can immediately go ahead and address and reduce the noise level from the outdoor area. We also did condition the project to have a maximum of 10 children in the outdoor play area at any given time as well, again, to help keep noise levels low. Outdoor play hours are limited between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. And as I explained in the report, the intent here is that the outdoor activities are not happening too early before 7:30 or too late after 5:30 when most of the residents will be home. And lastly, no live entertainment and amplified sound would be allowed unless a special activities permit is approved. Moving on to the next slide, 15, minor exterior improvements. They're proposing a ADA ramp. This ADA ramp would provide access from the off-site parking lots to the daycare center, and also at the same time address any ADA requirements that the building is asking for. Redwood fences and gates are proposed, a climbing structure and garden boxes in the outdoor play area, and then a landscape planter box that would be located in the front over the existing driveway. And this is done to help keep any vehicles from using the space, since, as you see on plans, the driveway would now have the accessible path of travel going through that and would jog in through to the front of the building. So if there's any vehicle that parks there, they'd be obstructing the accessible path of travel. All right, so moving on. City planner did determine that design review by the design review subcommittee is not required, just given the nature of the minor exterior improvements. And then the next slide just goes over the conditions for the minor exterior improvements, as seen on slide 16. We can skim through those. And then slide number 17 and slide 18 show examples of the minor exterior improvements being proposed. Going on to slide number 19, public comments. Staff did receive letters in support of the daycare center provided in attachment 10 of the staff report. And also did receive letters against the project expressing concerns regarding traffic, parking, noise, safety, and construction nuisances. And all letters have been forwarded to the Planning Commission for review. Next slide. This is the last one, number 20. So given the information in the staff report and resolution, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission make the required findings for the conditional use permit and the minor cultural heritage permit, and determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA under Class 1 and Class 3, and approve the project subject to conditions of approval. And also, I'd state that, again, staff is open to adding a condition that would require that the applicant provide proof of a state child care license prior to the issuance of a building permit or a business license if the Planning Commission deems it necessary. And again, it's already a requirement per code. And also do want to state before I finish here that the applicant did submit an attachment showing which conditions she opposes, and I'll go over those real quickly. It's actually just one. It's condition 7.36, which reads, information of sound measurements from noise-aware devices shall be made available to staff as nuisance calls are received. So a little bit of background on that. The reason why this condition is in place is because there's a condition that's asking that or requiring that we do a 6-month and 12-month report to the Planning Commission, so we can go ahead and report how the daycare center is operating against the conditions of approval. So the applicant's response to that condition, 7.36, is this is also an extreme invasion of privacy. Under no circumstance will city staff have access to noise-aware device sound measurements. If complaints are received, the applicant, including any property owners or managers and the designees, shall use his or her best judgment and best management practices to ensure the commercial activities on the premises will be conducted in a manner that will not be disruptive to neighbors and will take necessary measures to bring the noise level down if needed. Now, I think that last portion, I think she's recommending that condition 7.36 be replaced with that language, and we can talk a little bit further during the discussion about that. Let's see. And now I'm going to read a statement letter from the applicant as well. So good evening. I first want to start off by saying thank you for taking this time to review my project, and I am so grateful to finally be in this position. I have worked diligently since April 2019 to get all of this information to you and satisfy the planning department. This project is for my business, New Thought Montessori, a very small daycare/preschool, and is going to benefit the coastal community greatly. Our program is for ages 2.5 and 6 years old and is extremely peaceful, engaging, and organized. I have my first very successful location in Lake Forest. I have done my research in South Orange County to see where there is a need for our second location. Not only have I been a part of the San Clemente community for a few years now, but the demand for a new and different choice of daycare/preschool for families living in the coastal zone is very high. I have poured my heart and soul into our first school, and I can't wait to do the same here in San Clemente. This little building, 130 Avenida Rosa, or Serra, has this perfect charm and layout for our use, and I'm so excited to serve our community. The owner of the building fell in love with the idea because he actually attended a small schoolhouse his entire childhood and couldn't think of a better fit for his building. I ask that you please consider and approve my use to greater benefit the coastal zone in San Clemente. Thank you so much, Brittany and LaFontaine. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, David. Let's see if anyone has questions. Let's start this time with Commissioner Blackwell. Do you have any questions for David Carrillo?
Yes, thank you. Well, I appreciate this project, and I think true there's definitely a need here. But David, I drove by the property, and when I did, I threw it into Google Maps, and another little pin popped up on my map, and it said that there was an escrow business there now, operating at 130. Are you aware of a business in this building that's currently operating?
Per city records, that business license has lapsed.
Okay, so as far as we know, it's no longer in operation? Okay, gotcha. And we did receive a number of letters. There was one in particular one that I don't know, it's kind of that line between, what land use discussion and non-land use discussion, but I think maybe Mel could weigh in on this as well if you cannot. I did notice one letter that had identified a situation where there's a registered sex offender within, I think, 500 feet along the same street, maybe 4 or 5 doors down. And I don't know, I guess every offender would have their own set of conditions and, whatever their punishment was. But I had some recollection of that, and they're not supposed to be near, certain sensitive uses, et cetera. How does that play in here? And it becomes like a reverse situation. If they're not allowed to reside within X amount of feet from a sensitive use like this, where they're children or what have you. How does it work if, that sensitive use decides to, appear within that buffer zone? Would it force that person to relocate, basically? How does that apply here? Is it something that we need to be silent on? Is it something that we should address? But it did show up in a letter, and I thought I'd bring it up for discussion.
Yeah, this is David Carrillo. Was that Mel? Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is David Carrillo. That's a good question, Blackwell, and it was brought up to my attention after the staff report was published on our website. So I was not aware of that. And also I'm asking the same questions here, and I think I'm not an expert in this part of the law, but I believe that the sex offender, I'm thinking will probably have to reside elsewhere. I'm not sure. I'll look to Mal for help on this one, but that's my thought. And I do have the same questions as you, Blackwell.
Yeah, this is Mal. This is the first that I've heard of this, so I have not looked into this. I certainly do not have more than very limited experience in this area, so we'd have to take a look at this to better understand what the rules are.
Okay. Just so you know, I did do, after reading that, I did utilize the state's maintenance law website, and I did, you know, there is one noted. There's a person living at 146 Avenida Serra, which is 3 or 4 doors down the street, maybe 250 feet at most. So it's certainly something that, you know, we should consider. I think it's an important thing. Okay, thanks, David. And those are all the questions I had, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wu, any questions?
Yes, a few questions. First, for Mr. Creel, what is the building square footage?
Building square footage, let me get that to you.
Report says no increase, no change to the building, but it never specify the number.
Yeah, I'm grabbing this square footage from attachment 2, Commissioner Wu, which is a staff report for the conditional use permit that was previously approved. So based on this, square footage is 1,135 square feet.
Okay. So what is the indoor activity area after excluding the kitchen and bathrooms and the utility?
The square footage that the applicant is presenting is 1,073 square feet.
1017?
1,073, yes, 1073.
Okay. All right, thank you. Another question, maybe it's for Mel, City Attorney. The applicant sent in a letter disagreeing with many conditions. Some of them are standard conditions. Now, in that case, is this project ready to be discussed? And because it's not just one condition or two, there are a lot of them.
Yes, this is Mal. So the applicant agreeing with conditions or even with staff's recommendation is not a prerequisite to bringing a project forward to the Planning Commission. In fact, an applicant can request that their project be brought forward even if, for example, staff were to recommend not approving. So there is no prerequisite for agreement by the applicant. The legal standard for conditions is that they have an essential nexus to the impacts being mitigated under the Nolan-Dolan cases. If we're dealing here with standard conditions, those are almost necessarily going to have that essential nexus. But yeah, there is no requirement that they acquiesce to all conditions in order for this to be brought forward to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, since the applicant has no opportunity to speak to this commission, can this commission deny a project like that?
Well, ideally, they would have an opportunity to speak. We are in a different time right now with the COVID-19 pandemic and the different rules that the governor has put in place governing meetings like this under the Brown Act. But the ideal, like you say, would be to have everybody in the same room, able to make eye contact and to speak. That, of course, is not the rules that we're operating under currently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
No, I I've reviewed the project, walked the property. I think I've meeting with you, David, about the different address differences. And so, and I did notice, I read all the emails that came today. Of course, the one about the sex center close by is a surprise at this late hour. I do know the young lady's been working over a year on this. I guess she appears to be frustrated with the process of learning and trying to set up a school. But overall, I'm supportive of the concept of the project. I think David has done a great job along with DMT to try to get everything under one roof here and get your hands around everything. And so I'm pretty well comfortable with the project going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Crandall, any questions for staff?
Not at this time. If one comes up during discussion, I'll raise it then.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. One is probably just based on my disbelief that we may actually be overparked someplace in the city. I just want to make sure, again, that this parking lot doesn't have any connection. It's not needed for the parking requirements of Old City Plaza. Is that correct, David?
David Creel here. That is correct, Commissioner Rulin.
Okay, except for the outlet mall, that'd be the only time I've seen that in 10 years. So I wanted to make sure. Thank you. Let's see. I also had a question, and this might be for Mal as well. We've had a couple daycare applications come before us over the years, and there are some aspects of daycare that people are allowed to do by right. You know, for instance, they could do daycare out of their home for, X number of children. So I wanted to see if there was anything like that we needed to be aware of, that there was anything by right that they're allowed to do, as long as we have, reasonable conditions or anything like that we need to be concerned about in terms of a constraint on causing us to approve. So David or Mal, do either of you have any insight into that?
Yeah, David Creel here. I'll go ahead and start first here. We do define three types of daycares. One is the one that's before you tonight, daycare center. And then we have a large family daycare home and a small family daycare home. Now, per state, when you have a daycare home, whether it's large or small, cities are required to treat them as single family homes. So in this case, since the operator is not residing on site, they're not deemed a daycare home, so they wouldn't fall under that exception or benefit of being treated as a single family home.
Okay, good. So there's no state requirement of having a daycare by right because it's not a single family home.
If it's being operated as a daycare center per our definition without the operator living on site. So there are two things that don't qualify to be that. One is the number of children, right? These guys are proposing 30 children, and then they're also not residing on site.
Okay, very good. I also noticed there's an open driveway on the property. I'm imagining that a number of people wanting to drop off might want to use that driveway for convenience. Are there any plans in terms of restricting using that driveway for drop-off or a way to prevent people from using it for drop-off that's planned for this site?
Yeah, so that was, we did spend a good amount of time talking to the applicant about that concern. So there is a landscape planter box that's being proposed on the driveway that would help keep any vehicles from entering that space right there. And also, it's important to block that since there's an accessible path of travel that will go through there.
Okay, so I guess I was looking on the plans. I thought the box was off to the side of the driveway, but you're saying it's actually going to physically block the driveway from any cars being able to enter.
Yes, I believe
Okay.
I understand you. And it's actually very small. The plans are pretty small in how they identify the landscape planter box, but it is there. I can refer to it here. Let's see. If you go to attachment 12, attachment 12, sheet A091. It's keynote 33.
I'm seeing, I missed it now. I was looking at the plan, the larger planner just above it. So yeah, I see note 33. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That answers my question. Okay, that is all the questions I had. Are there any remaining questions for staff at this time? And I will open up the public hearing and ask Gabriel. I know we've got some letters, so if you would like to read through those so they're entered into the public record.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Brown. I've read all the letters that were electronically forwarded to me, and I just checked my iPad. I don't think anything has recently been forwarded to me, so I've read them all.
All right. We were talking that this might be a procedure that we need to do, so I'm going to check again with Gabriel. Are you still there, Gabriel? Did we lose you? Gabriel?
Chairman, I'm sorry about that. I actually pressed the wrong button, which disconnected me from the call. I apologize.
I knew one of us was going to do it. I'm glad you did it instead of me. So.
Sorry about that.
I'm opening the public hearing, and I know all the commissioners have read all the letters that have come in. I know we talked about this a little bit. Is it necessary to read them as part of the public hearing? I mean, that's fine, but I'll leave that to you since you know the more the administrative procedure of this new world than I do.
Yeah, and I've talked over this with Mel earlier. The city council is reading all the comments that they receive live, and that may be due to the public not being able to make their comments at the meeting live on video. So we thought it'd be appropriate to take that same approach at the Plan Commission. So.
Okay, then I'll turn it over to you to. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
No, so I think that definitely is up to the Plan Commission, but we do recommend it.
Okay. Well,
as a public hearing and pursuant to the agenda language, we actually should read the comments, although as the agenda states, we can limit the time for each comment to 3 minutes, which we would do also for verbal comments. So if an email is, extensive, it's a 6-minute comment, for example, we can cut that off at 3 minutes.
Very good. Let's do that then. Let's go through each of these and give a limit of 3 minutes. And do we have someone who can time this?
Yeah, I can time it as well.
They're all pretty short.
Very good.
The one that came in at 6:15 this evening, though, was pretty disturbing.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and have Gabriel read through these.
Okay. All right. We received this letter May 19th. It says, to whom it may concern, as a current applicant for my business, New Thought Montessori to open in San Clemente at 130 Avenida Serra, I'd like to address some information that was brought to my attention. David, did you read this one already? Excuse me. David, are you on mute?
Sorry, I'm mute. No, I did not.
Okay, so I'll read this one then. So as a current applicant for my business, New Thought Montessori to open in San Clemente at 130 Avenida Serra, I would like to address some information that was brought to my attention. The Plan Commission for the City of San Clemente includes a staff member, Christopher Kaczynski, who represents a conflict of interest for New Thought Montessori. application and approval. Christopher Kaczynski is the owner of a competing business. The Gratitude Garden Preschool, he is the director of operations for this daycare. And, let me see, I just lost my place. And admire and respect their, give me a second. He's the director of operations for the daycare. As I have no issues with the daycare, admire and respect their programs, this can pose an opposition in professionalism and integrity on the city side. Not only does being the owner of the same business stand in the way, but I, Brittany LaFontaine, have been personally approached by the Gratitude Garden Preschool Director, Dustin Ray, Christopher Kaczynski's wife. I was contacted by the Gratitude Garden very shortly after my first visit to the planning calendar at the city of San Clemente to discuss the idea of New Thought Montessori. The Gratitude Garden Director, Dustin Ray, showed a particular interest in New Thought Montessori program and how it is run, asking for their directors to come observe. After explaining how busy and crushed for time New Thought Montessori was and could not fit into the schedule, the Gratitude Garden proceeded to ask once more on April 8, 2019. New Thought Montessori has emailed city planners on April 4, 2019, notifying them at the beginning of the application process. This will not be an issue for me as long as I have the support and approval from the Plan Commission without invasive and unfair conditions for use. If approval is not granted, this conflict of interest will unfortunately need to be addressed. Thank you, Brittany LaFontaine, New Thought Montessori. And go to the next comment that we received, May 20th. Good evening. First, I want to start off. By saying thank you for taking this time to review my project, and I am so grateful to finally be in this position. I've worked diligently since April 2019 to get all of this information to you and satisfy the planning department.
Gabriel, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think this is the one that David has already read into the record, if I'm not mistaken, David.
This is David. Yes, that's correct. I already read that.
Okay, so we can go to the next one.
Next one then. This one is dated May 16th. Dear Plan Commission representatives, the following correspondence is in regards to the city's notice of public hearing for a conditional use permit for a proposed daycare center known as the New Thought Montessori. We own the 3-unit apartment building at 128 Avenida Serra, which abuts 132 Avenida Serra. Due to the many reasons listed below, we strongly oppose the approval of a conditional use permit for this daycare center as following. Public safety, number one, a registered sex offender resides less than 1/10 of a mile from the 132 Avenida Serra address. To have a daycare center less than 1/2 mile from a registered sex offender is in violation of California law W&I code 6608.5 F 2005 and Penal Code 3003 AB 2005. Please see attached. Tenant rights to quiet enjoyment noise. California Civil Code 1927 essentially states that there is in every rental agreement an obligation by the landlord to provide the tenant with quiet enjoyment and not disturb the tenant. The landlord who does not provide the tenant with quiet enjoyment under Civil Code 1927 subjects himself to liability. The proposed daycare center is less than 5 feet and as far as 15 feet from 7 bedrooms at 128 Avenida Serra. The daycare center will have substantial noise emanating from it, such as yelling, screaming, loud playground noises, bathroom usage, door slamming, etc., and will severely impact the peaceful and quiet environment due to residents. According to California noise law, Health and Safety Code 46000F, tenants are entitled to a peaceful and quiet environment, some of which work at home at the same hours as the proposed hours of operation from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., 7 days a week. Installing a noise-aware devices and field sound transmission Class 22 rating fence is not sufficient enough to keep the noise levels under tolerable nuisance amount. Parking, due to the scarcity of available vehicle parking at Avenida Miramar and Avenida Serra, the addition of a daycare center will increase exponentially available street parking, the addition of the 8 parking spaces, agreement with the old plaza owner, an ADA ramp with decreased substantial available parking. A waiver from the current downtown parking arrangement should not be granted. This taking away of available parking at Avenida Miramar will have a ripple effect back onto Avenida Serra, Avenida Polizada streets. Traffic congestion, number 4, with the addition of upwards of 60 vehicles a day attributed to the daycare center at 127 Avenida Miramar parking lot. The potential for an increase in the number of traffic accidents may occur. Additionally, children being dropped off and picked up on Avenida Serra may also create an environment for traffic accidents. Last, number 5, construction nuisances. Many disturbances to the tenants in the neighborhood will occur due to the construction of the parking lot ramp, grading parking stalls, and other site improvements that could potentially affect the resident, tenants, and surrounding neighbors' health and tranquility at 128 Avenida Serra, such as noise, dust, and other nuisances. Thank you for your time to consider many of the negative aspects of the daycare center will create. It is incompatible with the neighborhood, and other more suitable locations should be considered. Please decline this permit request. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions or comments. Thank you, Reese Udall, trustee. Okay. Next comment is from Tom Brote. The comment states, was recently informed that a permit was requested to place a child care at the property of 130 Avenida Serra. I'm the owner of 122 Avenida Serra and think this is a very bad idea. Not only is the area extremely dense and is with very little parking, the area is not exactly safe for 30 children with only 3 caretakers. The Old City Plaza parking lot frequently has homeless, people living in their cars, and kids smoking pot in it. The police refused to do anything when called, and now we want to have 30 children around that. This neighborhood is already very crowded and does not seem appropriate to subject it to increased traffic, noise, parking issues, and the likes. Please feel free to reach out with any questions for me. Tommy Brote. Next comment we received. Hello, Scott and City of San Clemente. I am writing to express my grave concerns over the plan proposal for 130 Avenida Serra. I'm the direct neighbor at 128 Avenida Serra and run a small business out of my spare bedroom. The noise of 30 children 365 days a year would be detrimental to the operations of my business and thus impact my ability to make income. I moved here specifically for the lack of loud daytime neighbors, and this noise would affect not just my business, but that of my downstairs neighbor as well. Due to COVID-19, so many of us have been forced to work from home and figure out how to make ends meet. The noise will force us out of jobs. Another alarming concern is traffic and parking. There is not enough street parking to accommodate the residents of the street, and this is before the rush of summer crowds. There is no way our street or Miramar could handle the influx of cars. We residents already have trouble parking as is, and traffic on this street can get sketchy at best. The amount of cars that fly through the street, specifically at the top of the hill where the proposed Montessori would be, is too much. Personally, I would not feel comfortable dropping my child off at this location. There are also issues of public safety. There are 2 bars within 500 feet of the proposed school for children. Both bars serve food, meaning they openly serve food, both food and alcohol starting at 10 a.m. Again, the risk for both the children and the bar patrons just doesn't make sense or seem in the best interest of the community. On Miramar is Old Town San Clemente, which is filled with some interesting San Clemente characters. Would parents feel comfortable knowing their children are sandwiched between drunk adults and homeless people? I'm sure there are other options available that are not in such close proximity to bars. And finally, the construction. As stated above, the noise will be detrimental to the operations of my business. There already is construction a few houses down, and it's been challenging having to navigate that noise as is. The construction has been going on for almost a year now, so my faith is in the city to expedite construction, get this project done in a timely manner is low. This is not what residents of Avenida Serra want. This is not what I want. As a direct neighbor to the proposed site, this will impact my business and my way of making a living negatively. I implore you to consider other alternatives that don't impact local residents and business owners of San Clemente. Best, A.S.H. McAdams, Entrepreneur Leadership Coach. All right. Next comment we received from May 20th. So, dear sirs, as the owners of 137 Avenida Serra, we oppose the conditional use permit for the New Thought Montessori Daycare Center at 130 Avenida Serra. As a residential neighborhood that is already impacted by traffic and parking issues, this would add to the existing congestion. Having 30 children and 3 staff members present and operating 365 days a year would disturb the peace and quiet enjoyment of all the residents in the immediate area. Please deny the conditional use permit application. Thank you, Ronald Stewart and Mary Stewart. Next comment is received May 20th. Dear sir, I would like to voice my concern over the proposed daycare center at 130 Avenida Serra, San Clemente. I understand that the neighbor is zoned for apartments, homes, and small businesses, but I do not believe that a business which would have the potential of 33 people in it at a time is small. I currently live next door at 128 Avenida Serra and have for the past 4 years. I have numerous concerns. Noise with operating hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. as other daycare centers are. The noise level at a time when many people are sleeping would be excessive. Our building is about 4 feet away and all of the bedrooms and windows face the west. Currently, I'm a special education teacher that is conducting all of my lessons at home due to the emergency health situation, and my may be continuing this into the indefinite future. Even with all the windows closed, I can still hear the gardeners and the maintenance men working on the house every weekend. Traffic, parking, and public safety on the Avenida Serra. It is a small residential neighborhood with very limited parking. We have parking in our driveway, but most street parking is occupied by people visiting the shops, restaurants, and El Camino Real. There is a small parking lot behind us that is supposed to be used only by the old city plaza, but since there is no security maintenance of the lot, many are using it for a long time in abandoned vehicles. There would be no safe place to drop off or pick up large amount of students without double parking in the street, blocking traffic. Construction nuisance to make updates on a house and property to make it accessible to this large amount of people in and out of it daily. The construction will be continuous and a nuisance for the next few months. And again, being a distant learning teacher who does teach extended school year throughout the summer months, this would be a disturbance to me and my students. I thank you for your time and consideration. Michelle Browersma, in the 128 Avenida Serra, Unit A, San Clemente. The next comment we received May 20th says, hello, I received a notice of public hearing for a daycare center at 130 Avenida Serra. I strongly oppose this daycare center. The noise, traffic, congestion it will cause, parking, which is already an issue, and safety of children will be intolerable. With the new COVID restrictions, trying to work from home will be almost impossible with all the noise from daycare. I'm attaching a photo which will show the close proximity from my bedroom and the living room to the proposed daycare center. Regards, Anna Burleson, 128 Avenida Serra. And a photos attached with that. The next comment we received on May 14th. Dear Planning Commissioners or Planning Commission members, my name is Daniel Stewart. My wife Robin and I own property at 130 Avenida Serra. My tenant, Brittany LaFontaine, has been attempting to obtain a conditional use permit for her New Thought Montessori School at her property since her first CUP submittal in May of last year. She was navigating the requirements and city process as well as putting together drawings for several months before that. Originally, she was given fairly positive feedback from city planning, and they said it was just a matter of going through the process, which might take around 3 months. From that point on, hurdle after another was placed in front of her. To make matters more frustrating, the requirements were brought up one at a time instead of being given a complete list from the beginning. So at any point, she didn't know if the project was able to be approved. Brittany patiently persevered through all of this for over a year, having to hire expediter to navigate the process and having to pay rent to hold the property until approval before getting any cash flow from the functioning school. Many times she was in tears dealing with the continual additional requirements and uncertainty of the approval. I just wanted to express my support for the project and emphasize how frustrating the process has been for everyone involved. It should not take a full year to go through the CUP process for a positive project that provides the needed function in the city. I wanted to make sure that this was the final step in this process. Another project is approved so Brittany's Montessori School can start providing an extremely necessary community function of child care. Thank you for your time, Daniel Stewart. And then I believe this is the last comment received May 20th. I know it is late, but I hope you get this email before the hearing. I have lived on Avenida Serra for over 25 years, and my father grew up in this house. We have a long history here. I'm against the school for many reasons. Parking is ridiculous for residents. However, my main concern is the registered sex offender just a few doors away from the proposed school. I know him, and he's creepy. He lives across from my residence. His arrest was for a very bad offense. He was over the age of 40 when he forced himself on someone under 14. He tries to talk to every woman who walks by this house. It's just not right to allow school here. I can think of many places, many in the industrial area. Thank you. And that is the end of the comments that we received.
Okay, thank you. So I will close the public comment section and open Planning Commission discussion. Maybe I'll take a moment of privilege here and outline a concern that I think I have, and it sounds like perhaps other planning commissioners have. First, there's kind of the recent knowledge that there's a registered sex offender in the neighborhood. We don't know what that means one way or another in terms of the daycare center and in terms of state law and such, and it sounds like we would be prudent to understand what that means. But we also did receive a letter from the applicant late today with a number of conditions that the applicant said that they either did not agree with or they wanted some change to, such as they would only agree to it if something could be handled over the counter. And I don't think that we can guarantee that some action can necessarily be handled over the counter or not. As we know, these conditions are in place so that we can make the findings. And if we don't have the appropriate conditions in place, particularly the standard conditions, we can't make the findings. And of course, Mal also gave his opinion on it as well. I suspect that this emerges from frustration, and that's certainly understandable. But I wouldn't want, after a lot of work done by an applicant, I wouldn't want a moment's frustration to negatively affect their application. So one thought I have is that maybe an appropriate move here might be to continue this item so that staff and the applicant can discuss the applicant's objections to the conditions and, come to an understanding, resolve, what these are. I hate potentially adding time to the applicant's, the time that the applicant has spent on this, but I know that I would have a difficult time, regardless of any other merits of the application, I personally would have a difficult time voting for an application where we couldn't count on the applicant to follow the conditions that are necessary in order to make the findings. So I'm interested in hearing, and of course, what all the other planning commissioners think of that. And Mal, if you see that as a positive or not a positive move, if you want to chime in or not, that's, of course, as always, we'd love to hear your opinion.
Chair Rowling, this is Commissioner Wu. I like your idea to continue this item to the next meeting. Although I'd like also to have this chance to talk about a few minor items. I believe before the next meeting, This
Well,
item is brought back to the planning commission. The applicant can work on those minor comments. At the same time, let the sort of attorney to look into this respective offender issue. And that's a deal breaker. I cannot vote for the project tonight because I don't know the ramification, the legal ramification of this thing. So I'd like to make a move to continue this item to the next meeting. But I'd like us to have a full discussion before we vote on that.
Yeah, well, let's hear what the other planning commissioners have to say, and Mal, if he wants to chime in as well.
Okay, this is Commissioner Brown. Okay.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I can see the applicant's frustration here on our letter as far as all these conditions here. Obviously, she's been as her friend across the street who's been around landlord has said she's apparently been frustrated with the process and somehow, you know, it's taken a year when she started with 3 months and it's been a long, long journey. And then all of a sudden have the neighborhood come out of the woods like this is kind of tough too. These 2 pages here of the applicant's concerns on the various conditions, most of them can be really well disposed of tonight. I think she agrees with the off-site parking record, with guidance from the city. That parking lot's empty most of the day down there. So, I mean, it's very rarely used. And I went down there 3 times. The applicant does 416. She'll install 1 noise advisors. The noise thing, she makes a tough case on 416, and the other one, they're alarming to children, they're intrusive, and extreme invasion of privacy. And that's where the applicant's got to understand that she's not at a home anymore, not a resident. This is a business, and we've required noise meters before in other businesses. Go 2 blocks far to find. Boy, somebody's not on mute. That's for sure. But so they're. I mean, I'm sorry, she's going to disagree with that, but I think we can make sure the noise meters are installed. The noise test by DUDEC looks like very favorable, by the way. Most of the rest of the stuff, like she objects to the sidewalks. Well, she doesn't know. The owner of the building owns the sidewalks, and she has to maintain it, and so she doesn't have any say on that. That's just the way it goes. Some of this other, like dot pollen, she wants to agree to over-the-counter, and maybe we should condition it to make sure that the project planner that's brought her all the way here, David, takes it all the way to the end, and he's the over-the-counter guy is what I would propose. So I think a lot of this stuff can be handled tonight. The biggest issue I think we've got to deal with is this late arrival on the sex offender that lives 3 or 4 houses down the street. That's the only concern I have. But these 2 pages of concerns here, objections, or some of them can be handled very easily, and the other ones, I'm sorry, with noise meters, she just has to make sure that she just does business that way, is my view, and that's all I have to say on this project.
Okay. Commissioner Crandall, do you have anything to add? Bart, we can't hear you.
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
I'm a Verizon advertisement. I've got a lot of questions about the project, and it probably would be good to discuss them a little bit. But it's a difficult fit. It's going to require a lot of conditions of approval to work. If the applicant can live within those requirements, I think it can work. I mean, I'm appalled at the length of the process, and something's got to be done about that. And it may be that she wasn't aware of the process and may have been a little bit of her own worst enemy in running things through. And my question for David, one issue, actually proposing to operate for 365 days a year?
No, they do have, I think they provided a schedule in the staff report somewhere. I can try to look for it, but they're proposing to operate Monday through Friday, and they do have some temporary closures in the summer
Okay.
and winter. Yeah,
So it's a basic work week? Okay.
correct.
Is any lighting being proposed for the parking lot? Security lighting?
David Creel, no lighting is proposed.
Okay. The other thing I want you to be aware of, anytime we do a handicap ramp, look at doing some way to keep skateboarders off it. But my guess is that for a land use, it shouldn't be affected by the sex offender. He should, if a school goes in, he's got to move. It would be my guess. But I'm not ready to vote on that either until we get that finalized. You know, it shouldn't affect a business like this and the land use. So I would not be opposed to a continuance, but I think some discussion is beneficial.
Okay, Michael?
Yes, hi. A lot of the same concerns that the other commissioners have shared. I think that there's still some potentially important disinformation that we should be privileged to before we make a big decision on this property. I just need one bit of clarification from David on the rules of, gosh, memory is not serving, and it could be in the report, but does the owner of the property need to be on the property for a daycare of this size? I recall something to that effect, but it appears that there's been discussion about the owner not residing on the property. What's the rule on that?
Yeah, for not in this case, not for this type of daycare. It would be a requirement if they were operating as a large or small daycare home. But this is not their intent. Their intent is to operate as a daycare center without them operating or residing on site. And also just given the number of children also doesn't qualify them as a daycare home.
I see. Okay, thank you. Well, so Commissioner Rowland, I too would be in favor of giving this one a little bit more time to cook before we look at it again.
Okay. Well, let me ask if there's any commissioners who want to have more questions, or want to make more comments or discussion about this before any kind of motion is made.
Jim Burton.
Go ahead, Commissioner Crandall.
Yeah, David, we are granting them the ability to not use the parking on the site. And they are getting a parking agreement to replace that plus some off-site. Is that creating a legally non-conforming condition? So are we doing something that takes a conforming property and makes it legally non-conforming, or basically non-conforming?
This is David. I think it depends on how the use is operating. We'd be, I think, asking, is the use non-conforming? Because in this case, they're not proposing to provide parking on site, right? It's going to be off-site in order to meet parking requirements. I think there is the chance that it becomes non-conforming depending on how the use or the site is used in the future.
And is that consistent with the general plan? Doing something like that?
I believe the general plan calls that we don't worsen any nonconformity.
Very good. That was my question. You might have to address that the next time we hear this.
Chair Rowland, this is Gabriel Perez. I just want to remind you that I believe you opened the public hearing but did not close it. So if your intention is to close it, I just wanted to remind you.
I apologize. I thought I closed it. I will now officially close the public hearing. Thank you. Any other? So I think I heard Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, a couple of issues here. I guess one thing, shared parking agreement runs with the land. Is that correct, City Planner?
Yes, it will run with the land.
Does a city shared parking agreement run with the land? In other words, does it attach itself to the property? Or should we condition it that it's only valid as long as the school is there?
You know what, let me double check also with David. I believe they have to enter an agreement and that's recorded with the county, right, on the property? David?
Yeah, that's part of the condition as well.
Perfect. Can I say that again, please?
It is as a condition, the off-site parking agreement is required to be first reviewed and approved by city attorney and then recorded with county. And then once recorded with county, that a copy be provided to the city.
Okay, but so going forward, 5 years from now, the Montessori school goes out of business. But 130 or 132, whatever the real number is on Sarah, is that shared parking agreement still attached to that property, even though it's out of business? And the next applicant can come in, has to come up with something. He has 8 parking spots to deal with for the little property there? Or should we condition it to that this shared agreement only runs with the Montessori school? Can we do that?
Yeah, that's a good point, Commissioner.
What's the city attorney have to say about it?
This is Mel. Yes, you can include that language in the shared parking agreement that if the use changes, excuse me, the agreement would terminate, and it can still be recorded against title, again with the understanding that a change in use would terminate the shared parking agreement.
Okay. And as to the other commissioners here, I guess, Chair Rowland, what additional time do we need for a continue? What does the staff have, or the applicant have to satisfy what we have before us here tonight? What do we need continued for another 2 weeks before we see this again? Exactly what is it that people have to go do before it comes back to us? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
In my mind, there's two things. This is Commissioner Rowland. In my mind, there's two things. One is understand what the repercussions are of the fact that there's a sex offender living on that street. But also we need to, I think the applicant and staff need to come to some understanding of the conditions of approval, what they're about, deal with these concerns with them. Because I think if staff comes to, we just found out about this, right before the meeting really, is when we received this. I think if staff comes to us and says, well, we've got these conditions of approval, but the applicant doesn't agree to some of them, but we need all these conditions of approval in order to make the finding, it's hard to make the finding then, right? It's hard to vote in favor of it. So what has to happen is that they have to go through these objections that the applicant has and come to some understanding between the applicant and staff. And if they can't come to an understanding, the staff may give a recommendation that we can't approve it. But I think, I don't think that that'll happen. I think that, there can be an accommodation or an understanding. Like I said, I suspect this is more out of frustration. But I'm happy to just continue this to our next meeting, the first week of June, I think, and 2 weeks from now. And we can pick it back up then and see how the situation looks.
So, Commissioner Wu, I have a few comments other than what I stated about continuation due to the sexual offender issue. Without that issue, this project for me is still a long stretch to support. I have a few concerns. None of them cannot be addressed, but it needs a lot of work. A few items. First item is the floor area. Activity area inside the building needs to be measured and indicated. And it's easy to say, we'll let the state to verify those numbers, but we have the drawing and we know the state law, so we should exercise our due diligence and figure out a reasonable number to accommodate. I think 30 is probably high. I'm not sure if that meets the state requirements. That's number one. Number two is the accessibility and the pedestrian orientation. We're putting an automobile-oriented project in this mixed use, which is envisioned by our general plan to be a pedestrian-friendly zone. We'll have all the people to go into the parking lot and walk from the parking lot up a ramp into the rear entry of the building, and we'll basically block the front entry to everybody except for people with a disability. However, we do not have a connection from the public sidewalk to the front entry for disabled people. We have a driveway approach, but the sidewalk does not meet ADA requirements now. So, and the accessible route connects the two entries, front and back, to the parking lot. It's not connected to the public sidewalk. What if someone who lives nearby and he or she just want to walk her kids to the school? Does she have to walk through the public sidewalk, walk through the parking lot? It's not reasonable. We should let the front door to be open to people who are willing to walk in within walking distance. And California's accessibility law asks the accessible path of travel to be 4 feet wide outdoor. And our ramp is not wide enough. It's 44 inch now. It needs to be 48 clear. And it needs to have a connection to the public sidewalk, which is just a few feet away. So we're not connecting them. We're putting a planter box to block that access. The planter box can be reduced in size to allow a 4 feet gap. But the driveway approach prevents a wheelchair to go through because it doesn't meet that crossbar requirement. So, thirdly, is the noise. The biggest opposition or biggest comment from the neighbors on the noise. And applicant had engineer to prepare a noise study, and everything is based on that claim, that single one claim or assertion that the solid wood fence or wood panel fence have a 12 decibel noise reduction. This is a huge stretch. I'll give you a few examples. Caltrain designed their freeways, and they have the berm on both sides of the freeway. Their design goal, 15 decibel reduction. Their sound wall design goal, 15 decibel reduction. We're talking about a freeway scale and solid walls. Recognize the solid wall doesn't help that much because most of the noise will travel by diffraction. It will reach the top of the wall and it diffracts downwards to the receiver. Here, we have a wood fence. Wood shrinks and expands based on the moisture content. Even if we put them tight together, in a year or two, you see gaps. We also have a door there. There's no way to make it a solid wall. And I've seen a product, a sound fence They are made of a solid wood panel with sound-absorbing materials on both sides, and they claim 4 to 12 decibels reduction. A couple of years ago, we reviewed a project by Carpenter Shores. They want to put a 8-feet CMU walls along El Camino Real to reduce the noise. Their acoustic engineers result, if it's 8 feet, it could achieve a noise reduction of 7 decibels. If it was 6 feet, it was 2 or 3 decibels. So I need to see a specific design of that fence to believe that this thing has 12 decibel noise reduction. Even if they have it, their neighbor may have a deck on the second level. In fact, the neighbor on the northeast side, they have a deck there, and the deck is on the second level, and the sound wall, the fence will not help a lot because they're high and they are within that line of sight from the noise source. So I don't feel that 12 decibel noise reduction is credible here. With all that said, those can be addressed, but it needs lots of engineering and work. Those are the things that I like the applicant to take the time to work with his or her consultant. And I also would like the applicant to work with the staff on the conditions. Standard conditions, they're not allowed to negotiate about standard conditions. And I'm very reluctant to take any of them out. I understand that the letters are out of frustration, and once the applicant calms down, maybe she's more willing to work with the staff. But I need this disagreement on conditions to be reduced substantially. And we can talk about a few disagreement on conditions too, but not a blanket, a lot of those disagreements. And it makes it difficult the chair said, to make those findings. So that's my comments on this project. By the way, I like Montessori. I think every time the city has an opportunity to have a different or better educational opportunities for our residents, I welcome them. But we also need to make those findings. And so I would say good luck to the applicant and welcome to come back.
Okay. I will say, from my perspective, we need more daycare. It's good to have daycare in a residential neighborhood, especially when it's a little more dense so that people can get to it and it can serve the community. That part is very good. But I think as Bart said, there are times when a use is overall looks generally like it fits into the category, in this case a mixed use area, but just the nature of the site, makes it difficult, and that's why we have conditional use permits and why we have conditions to try to take everyone's interests and needs into account. Probably my biggest concern is still the noise, even if they're only at 55 decibels at the property line. That's our city ordinance, but it's still a bit loud, and if people are going to need to deal with that, 3 or 4 times a day, 5 days a week, that's something that has to be considered, and the impact on the neighbors in the neighborhood does need to be dealt with. So even with the sound report, I still have some concern with the noise. I would like to see what we can do to address that a little more solidly. It sounds like the applicant, at least from the letter we got today, the applicant is essentially asking for a condition where we prevent ourselves from enforcing the noise ordinance in the city, which, of course, I don't think that's something that we can agree to. It's just a tough site is what it really amounts to, and there can be some frustration with that, unfortunately. So, that would be my preference would be to continue this, see if some things can't be worked out. The applicant's heard a lot of what we have to say, so has a sense of, when this comes back to us, has a sense of, where we are with that, which hopefully will be of some benefit in further discussions with staff. And that's basically my perspective on it at this point. Does anyone else have more they want to say on this matter?
Commissioner Brown, I have a comment.
Please.
Yeah, if you look at page 76 of the report, it's the noise report for Dudek, and there's a complete table in there of all the noise measurements and where they took them. And basically they state the whole playground area, it complies with the city's noise standards. So, and there's about 12 measurements they took, including the children on top of the little playground effort, the geodetical noise, playground effort and all that. So they're saying, based on their measurements, the data shows that they meet the city noise requirements. I just want to add that to the conversation here. That's enough. Thank you.
Any other comments on this issue? If not, is someone interested in making a motion?
Commissioner Wu, I move to continue this item to next planning commission meeting on June 3rd. Gabriel, can you confirm that?
The next meeting is, this is Gabriel Perez, next meeting is June 3rd. One of the caveats I want to put out there to the Planning Commission is we have a very full agenda where we have advertised public hearings starting at 7 o'clock. So, I don't know if we could talk about this at the end of the meeting, is maybe even considering, since this one's already advertised for today, we don't have to advertise again, but if we continue it, maybe we start the regular meeting earlier, so make sure that we have time to cover all items.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that in the reports.
We can either continue to 17th or we can continue on the 3rd again, depending on if it's ready or not.
There's no meeting on the 17th, I don't think. So, unfortunately, I think we only have one meeting in June. So, I think the applicant's been waiting a while, so I'd like to get this done, for the applicant as soon as we can. I think that, we should be sensitive to that as best we can. So, there's a motion to continue this to our June 3rd meeting. Is there a second?
Blackwell, second.
Commissioner Blackwell seconds. All right, we'll do the roll call. Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Oppose.
Commissioner Crandall.
Opposed.
You may be on the opposed. Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes.
And Commissioner Brulin votes aye. That is 3 in favor of continuing and 2 opposed, so the motion passes. And we will continue that to our June 3rd meeting. All right. Our next on our agenda is new business. Item 9, we have no new business. Item 10, let me ask, is there any new business? Beg your pardon. Okay, hearing none, we have no old business. And item 11 is reports of commissioners and staff. Does anyone have any reports?
Chair, this is Commissioner Wu. Yes, I do have one. I talked to a citizen, about, the citizen approached me talking about Tintang Southeast El Caminos at Santiago project. We reviewed it. I believe it was 2015. It's a multi-family condominium building, or it's a mixed use with some commercial on the ground level, and the condos on top. There was a lot of discussion, I'd say a very vigorous debate about that project. It's being completed, and the citizens' recommendation is perhaps the Planning Commission can take a look at and review the process or review this whole project and to see if there's any lessons to be learned or experience to be gained to help the revitalization of South El Camino Real. And I wonder if the city planner can, I don't know, this is COVID-19 a little different. If this if we can have some form of a discussion or review. South El Camino Real is an area that the city would like to revitalize. And we've seen some projects, but perhaps we can have more. And as everything is tied to how tight we control the development, do we need to relax them a little bit, or do we need to continue? What refinement can we do to achieve a better process or revitalization efforts along that corridor, tying to that bigger scheme? So I'd like to have the city planner to think about this one, and perhaps we can learn something for the future.
I'd like to chime in on. I'd like to pile in on there and support. Commissioner Brown, I'd like to support Commissioner Wu's thrust there to try to, what are we doing about South El Camino Real? I do know that the property owner of the abandoned gas station there in Valencia and El Camino Real, that little property was left out of our general plan. In other words, it's still neighborhood commercial, and everything else right across the street and up the block is mixed use. And I think that's a property we left out of the zones for all that general plan work we did. I know we have a general plan cleanup thing going there, city planner, but it may be time to reach out to look at that property and reconsider designating it from neighborhood commercial to mixed use, and that maybe that abandoned gas station that's been there for 40 years could be repurposed with the owner of the site. I don't know if you've reached out to the owner, but we do have that opportunity to maybe change the zoning going to this general plan cleanup you have approved in City Council. By looking at that one property, I think we inadvertently left out of our entire general plan deliberations. But I think Commissioner Wu has a very good point there that what's going on with some of the properties down there. We put a ton of effort into North Beach, but it's time to look at South El Camino. I commend Commissioner Wu for bringing that up. That's enough.
Well, if we look at that, we may want to start with a review of the South El Camino Real focus area from the general plan and even from the the envisioning document. Just as a place to start.
Good point.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. If you give me some time to think about how that might be best approached with the Planning Commission. But just to respond to that, we do get a lot of interest and have interested parties that are interested in redeveloping properties on El Camino Real in that area. And so we do have a pre-application request for a hotel with combination condominium retail, multi-story, that's proposed. So there is interest there, and it would actually encompass an entire block of the El Camino Real. There is interest in developing the gas station, the site that's abandoned. There's a lot of constraints on that site based on the size and where the location is in proximity to the freeway entrance. So that's a big constraint there. So, we'll think about how to best present that to Planning Commission, and when we figure that out, we will schedule that for the agenda.
And, as part of that, this is Commissioner Ruin, as part of that, Gabriel, there was a little work done, some nice work done by some students, I think from UC Irvine or Cal Poly. They worked done for the city, and it was probably, 5, 6, 7 years ago. that was presented to the Planning Commission at the time of some interesting conceptual ideas of improving South El Camino Real. So I'm sure those materials are around somewhere, and that may be another thing to sort of, bring out and discuss for, we kind of have a new generation of planning commission since then. So I think some people haven't seen that. So that might be something to reference as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner Wu, thank you all for the comments. I remember on that 1010 South El Camino Real project at Santiago, there was a lot of discussion about the building height. Also, the city council took out the individual parking garage out of that application to make them common shared parking. And I wonder how that'll work, if they work.
Okay. I would also like to point the commission at an item that's in your section on boards, commissioners, and staff. It's actually agenda item 11D. It's something I asked Gabriel to put together. We've gone through a lot of flips and twists with our STLUs over the years, and recently there was a new ordinance adopted based on, I believe it was based on a lawsuit. And since we've worked on this so much in the past, and this kind of happened a little outside of our view, I asked him to provide some insight to us on, what the recent changes were and that sort of a thing. So it's just a report of a couple of pages that you might want to take the time to look at to kind of get an update on what the latest of what's going on with the STLUs. Gabriel, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about it or not, but if you do, feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Rulin and Commission. Yeah, I prepared this update. I know the Chairman had brought up there was a settlement agreement that was entered into between the city and the group called the Coastal Access Alliance. So the settlement agreement would allow opportunity for some former STLU operators. And under the settlement agreement, they'd be considered qualified STLU operators as long as they meet certain criteria that is outlined in this report that I prepared. We expect it might apply to up to 20 previous operators in areas that are identified in the exhibit, and that would be in the Montalvo, Lobiero, and the Buena Vista allowed STLU areas. So what it would allow for is an extended amortization period of all the way up to the date of May 17, 2026. But those potential eligible STLU operators that would be qualified, they would have to apply through the city. We are preparing an application for those eligible operators, so they would have to apply. It would be a staff process to evaluate if they are eligible according to the settlement agreement. And they have, I believe it's a period of 30 days to be able to submit an application. And then we would make a decision at the staff level. But that was the purpose of the update. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. But we don't have an application out yet. It will be prepared. We expect it to be published to the city website on the STLU page sometime next week.
This is Commissioner Brown. Thanks for bringing it up, Jim. Is it to you, Gabriel? Actually, now is the time to review there's 3 ordinances all together with vacation rental, short-term rental, and then sober living homes, and on top of that, a boarding house ordinance. And all 3 of those kind of played together. And in light of certain lawsuit court decisions with Costa Mesa on sober living homes and the current two lawsuits now that have been settled by the city as far as vacation rentals. Is it time to revisit now the entire triumvirate of these three ordinances that we passed 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think that we're at that point yet. I think it's important for us to let these agreements play out. We're actually in a really good place right now when it comes to the Coastal Commission and STOUs and certainly addiction recovery centers. I think it's important, again, that we let these things play out, give it some time. When it is time for us to revisit that pursuant to the settlement agreements, we can bring that back to the commission. But as of now, the city's in a really, really good position in terms of these uses.
Okay, the same with the sober living homes. There's been some pretty dramatic court decisions lately with Costa Mesa that would be in our favor to update that part of the ordinance, but you say don't do anything with that right now either?
Yeah, so the decisions in Costa Mesa have not been appealed all the way up, and they are expected to be appealed. So we don't expect anything final in the Costa Mesa case for quite some time. They have lower court rulings, but those are going to be appealed.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other reports of commissioners and staff? All right, very good. I will say to everybody, I know these are long meetings because of our administration and the new logistics that we have to do. These can be kind of tough, and we've got more friction. So I really appreciate your flexibility and patience, and I'm certainly interested in hearing any recommendations you have on how we or how I can run these meetings a little more efficiently or a little more smoothly using this new format. And with that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion.
Chair Rowland, can I?
I'm sorry, Mal, go ahead.
No, this is Gabriel Perez.
Sorry.
Just want to mention that considering we do have, I believe we have about 4 public hearing items that were already scheduled. If we did continue this item today on the Montessori school, we can't do anything about the time when we hear those other items because those are supposed to be heard sometime at 7 or afterwards. But this item wouldn't be subject to that, so maybe it might be a good time to consider an earlier start time for the actual regular meeting, which means we would have to push up the study session to an earlier time in the day.
So we have a study session?
We have a planned study session at 6 o'clock, and so the other option is not to have the study session at that time and postpone the study session for another date. But it is the lot consolidation session. Remember the ordinance that we first presented at the study session a few meetings ago.
Do you want to start the meeting at 5?
I think that would be advisable for as far as the study session, and then move the regular meeting to 6 o'clock. And based on the level of discussion on the school today, I assume there's going to be considerable discussion to maybe up to 7 o'clock.
The time is fine with me because I will probably need to recuse from the lot merge ordinance discussion. But let's see what the majority of people want to do. Does anyone object to starting the study session at 5?
It's fine with me.
I'm open. This is Commissioner Wu.
Yeah, I'm open. I'm fine with that.
Mr. Crandall's open.
All right, so let's do that, Gabriel. Let's just start the study session at 5 and the regular meeting at 6 in 2 weeks, if we can get away with that.
Okay. I'll move that we adjourn to the next regular meeting of the study session and planning commission that will be held on 3 June 2020 at 5 p.m. in council chambers located 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California.
Commissioner Crandall, second.
Brown. Second by Crandall. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Aye.
And Commissioner Rule votes aye. It's unanimous and we are adjourned.